Chapter 946. The sword light was too fast, and he couldn't dodge it in time. It pierced through his forehead and entered his spiritual world. Chu Mu's consciousness was instantly pulled into his spiritual world. He saw a sharp sword light flying freely and nimbly in his spiritual world. His consciousness accelerated and caught up to the sword light. It wasn't repelled, and it was as if it was born as one. It naturally fused into the sword light. Suddenly, all kinds of comprehension surged into his mind, and all kinds of chants flowed through his mind. Chu Mu realized that he could control the sword light with his consciousness. It could speed up, slow down, or change its direction according to his thoughts. In an instant, Chu Mu felt as if his soul had left his body, and he was free from all restraints. Unknowingly, the sword light dimmed and disappeared. Chu Mu's consciousness returned to his body. Closing his eyes, a short but profound incantation flowed through his mind. It was the incantation for the Imperial Sword Technique. The Imperial Sword Technique was composed of two parts, the chant and the hand gestures. Only by comprehending the chant and familiarizing oneself with the hand gestures could one perform the Imperial Sword Technique. After comprehending the Imperial Sword Technique, 24 hours were about to pass. Chu Mu stood up and left the Mural Palace. Because he had only revealed 8 types of profounds before, Chu Mu didn't plan on revealing his ice sword technique. Instead, he could reveal his defensive sword technique. Thus, he obtained 500 flying points as a reward. Thus, Chu Mu still had 1,130 fairy points, and he could still comprehend the flying Apsara's murals 2 more times. The sky is clear and the earth is tranquil. The great Tao follows the heart. In the stone pavilion, Chu Mu, who had finished adjusting his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light shot out like a sword. He chanted the chant and threw the sword in his right hand up. At the same time, his left index and middle fingers were like a sword. He gently drew in front of him, creating a mysterious trajectory. Conceal one's spirit, bestow the sword's form, condense its spirit, wield the sword to communicate with its spirit. The art of sword manipulation lies in one's heart. Man and sword become one. The art of sword manipulation. Haste. This was the mnemonic chant of the Imperial Sword Technique. There were a total of 36 sentences. When one first started cultivating, they had to chant the mnemonic chant and correspond with the hand gestures to be able to perform the Imperial Sword Technique. After mastering it, the mnemonic chant could be chanted silently. When the no-return sword fell down, Chu Mu had just recited the art of controlling the sword when his sword fingers on his left hand, which contained sword will, touched the body of the no-return sword. He poured his power into the sword, and the body of the sword suddenly trembled, letting out a melodious sound as if it had been given life and gained intelligence. When he chanted haste, the no-return sword turned into a ray of sword light and shot forward. Its speed was extremely fast, more than twice as fast as Chu Mu's sword. The speed of his sword was already fast to begin with, and with the twofold increase in speed, it became even faster. This was just a beginner, so he wasn't familiar with it yet. Once he was familiar with it, his speed would increase, and he would become even faster. The sword light shot out in a straight line, leaving a bright trace in the air. It was so fast that it was about to hit a corner of the sword tower. Chu Mu quickly waved his left hand, and under his control, the sword light made a sharp turn and shot rapidly to the other side. Oh no, the range of movement is too big. Chu Mu was shocked and quickly controlled it again. This was the first time he had performed the art of controlling the sword, so he was very unfamiliar with it. Although he had successfully performed it, his control of the flying sword was still very rough. The art of controlling the sword was the combination of small and flexible changes and rapid speed. Only then could it attack the enemy and win. However, Chu Mu's current control was a little too much, as if he couldn't stop a car. The trajectory of the sword fingers on his left hand didn't change, but the range of the strokes was adjusted little by little. making the flying sword light less jerky and more flexible. Chu Mu's comprehension was outstanding, and his adaptability was also astonishingly strong. After a quarter of an hour, the flying sword seemed to have been practiced by others for months. After half an hour, Chu Mu could basically control the flying sword freely. The range of the strokes of the sword fingers on his left hand was more subtle, and the trajectory was more perfect. The flying sword was more flexible, and it could rapidly change direction in the air. In a small area, there were many changes in an instant. At this level, although it wasn't as good as Shaoling's, it could already be used in an actual battle. Moreover, Chu Mu had just comprehended the art of controlling the sword, and it had only been half an hour since he had first performed it. Such progress was very shocking. Performing the art of controlling the sword, which was driven by the power of divine thought, would consume the power of divine thought, sword essence, and so on. For example, if he didn't use the art of controlling the sword in a battle, the consumption of power wasn't very obvious. However, if he used it in a battle, the consumption of power would increase. After practicing for another half an hour, Chu Mu's proficiency in the art of controlling the sword improved further. With a hook of the sword fingers on his left hand, the sword light of the non-return sword suddenly turned in the distance and quickly returned. Following Chu Mu's sword fingers, it was directly inserted into the scabbard. What an exquisite art of controlling the sword! Chu Mu exhaled and laughed. There was a limit to the art of controlling the sword, and it was directly related to the power of the swordsman's divine thought. If the power of divine thought was strong, the art of controlling the sword would have a longer range. While if the power of divine thought was weak, the art of controlling the sword would not even be able to be performed. Chu Mu's divine thought was undoubtedly very powerful among swordsmen of the same level. Therefore, the flying sword he performed with the art of controlling the sword could reach a distance of 200 meters, which was much more than Shaolin, Sun Yuan, Wang Wei, and the others. In the future, when his divine thought was improved, the art of controlling the sword could reach a distance of even longer. After a short rest, Chu Mu began to practice the sword of ice. Because the 5 elemental swordsmanship, wind and lightning swordsmanship, and cloud swordsmanship had all reached the 9th move, the ice swordsmanship's cultivation went very smoothly. After spending some time to consolidate the 7th move, Chu Mu began to practice all kinds of sword skills. He focused on the intent rather than the form to avoid damaging the stone tower. For 3 consecutive days, Chu Mu stayed in the stone tower to practice. Every day, he would take 2 hours to practice the art of controlling the sword and familiarize himself with it. After 3 days, he also reached the 8th move of the Sword of Ice. On the 4th day, Chu Mu left the stone tower and the Soaring Sky Academy at an extremely fast speed. In a corner of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, Chu Mu stood on the ground and silently recited the incantation of the art of controlling the sword. His left sword finger touched the sword hilt, and the sword of no return trembled and unsheathed itself. It turned into a sharp sword light and shot out 200 meters away in the blink of an eye. The sword finger of his left hand drew a mysterious trajectory as if he was performing a sword skill. The flying sword 200 meters away seemed to be held by an invisible person and started to practice a basic sword skill. The stone tower had a limited range after all, so he couldn't perform to his heart's content. However, in the outside world, where the world was vast, Chu Mu could perform to his heart's content. Sword intent, sword energy, and profound of metal were poured into the sword of no return, causing it to emit a golden luster and an astonishing sharpness. As the golden sword light swallowed and spat out, it changed with Chu Mu's sword finger. A sword skill of metal was completely performed by him. The flying sword swept across the sky and circled around a huge boulder that weighed several thousand kilograms. Its speed was extremely fast, and after a few flashes of golden light, the huge boulder was cut into 10 pieces. The cut was smooth like a mirror. In the blink of an eye, the profound of metal was replaced by the profound of fire. The golden sword light turned into a red sword light, burning like a ball of flame. The surrounding air became scorching hot as the sword light swept across the rocks and ignited them. In the blink of an eye, the rocks were burned into a pitch-black color. The profound of fire turned into the profound of water, and the sword light turned into a light blue color. It gave off an endless feeling of flexibility, like a stream flowing through the air. Sometimes it turned into the profound of earth, and the sword light was extremely heavy. Under Chu Mu's practice, the space was spacious enough for him to perform freely. The art of sword control continued to improve. In the end, Chu Mu applied the profound of space to the art of sword control. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Almost at the same time, it reappeared 200 meters away and slashed down from the sky. The instant movement of the sword was unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Until now, Chu Mu had yet to create a profound of space sword skill. Firstly, there were too many things that he needed to cultivate every day. Secondly, the profound of space was too profound, and creating a sword skill was many times more difficult than other profounds. Unless Chu Mu spent all his time on comprehending the profound of Yukong, he would not be able to create a profound of space sword skill. However, if he did that, his strength would be delayed. After thinking about it, he was not in a hurry to create a profound of space sword skill. If he could comprehend the profound of space sword skill, it would be of great help to the creation of a profound of space sword skill. The art of sword control under the profound of space was very mysterious. It would sometimes move here and there, and its power was shocking. The 10 profounds were used alternately. In the beginning, he needed to spend some time to switch between them. But as he got more familiar with it, his switching speed became faster and faster. Multicolored lights were changing as the sword light flashed. When he was familiar with applying a single profound to the art of sword control, Chu Mu began to try fusing 2 profound into the art of sword control. The difficulty suddenly increased, and the consumption of divine sense also increased exponentially. It was very unstable. However, 2 profound could be fused into the art of sword control, or even 3, 4, or 5 profound. The more profound powers fused, the more powerful and terrifying the art of sword control would be. Similarly, the more profound powers fused, the more difficult it would be. The consumption of divine sense would also increase exponentially. After trying to fuse the 2 types of ultimacy, Chu Mu felt that his divine remembrance was almost depleted. He split the ground, dug a hole, and set up a seal. Chu Mu sat cross-legged in the hole, recovering his divine sense and sword origin. Some of the disciples of the Flying Heaven Pavilion would also travel in the small world to cultivate, but the chances of encountering them were very small. Moreover, there were no powerful primordial fierce beasts in this small world, so it was very safe. After recovering his divine sense and sword origin, Chu Mu broke the seal and left the hole. He began to cultivate the art of sword control again. The sword light flew and changed within a range of 200 meters with Chu Mu as the center. It suddenly changed direction and flew toward Chu Mu, as if it wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. As the sword light approached, Chu Mu calculated the timing. He jumped and landed steadily on the sword light. He soared into the sky, left the ground, and flew into the air. Chapter 947. Riding the sword in the sky, riding the sword in the sky, flying freely, free, and unfettered. An extreme sense of pleasure emerged from the bottom of his heart, from the depths of his soul. He was like a bird or an eagle soaring in the sky, enjoying himself to his heart's content. When he was in the ancient sword continent and the heaven wasteland domain, Chu Mu could fly in the sky. However, in the ancient world, due to the different rules, even origin realm and divine condensation realm swordsmen could not fly in the ancient world. They could only do so when they broke through to the king realm. Similarly, their flying speed would be greatly restricted. Ordinary king realm experts could only fly faster than the speed of sound. The more powerful ones could reach several times the speed of sound, or even 10 times the speed of sound. Soaring in the sky, flying in the sky, this feeling of being free from the shackles of the earth was something that he had not felt for a long time. Chu Mu originally thought that he could only fly in the sky after he became the sword of Gojoseon. Unexpectedly, the imperial sword technique fulfilled his wish in advance. Under the imperial sword technique, he could ride the sword in the sky, flying freely and unrestrained. The unique sword technique of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, the imperial sword technique, not only allowed swordsmen below the king realm to fly on their swords, but also increased the flying speed by 1.5 times, more than 50%. Of course, this could only be truly reflected after he became the sword of Gojoseon. This was because only after he became the sword of Gojoseon could he fly in the sky with his physical body. Only then would he be able to compete with the speed of the imperial sword technique. Like now, without the imperial sword technique, even if he borrowed the power of the profound meaning of the wind, he could only glide for a short distance and could not fly. After flying for a while, Chu Mu was satisfied. He stopped in midair, stepping on a golden light that pulsed in and out. His figure descended, and the sword light left his feet. It circled in midair, then automatically returned to its scabbard. His figure floated down like a feather, like a celestial being. It was beautiful beyond compare. I wonder if I can use the imperial sword technique to perform sword techniques. A strange idea flashed through Chu Mu's mind. Was it possible? Chu Mu didn't know, nor had he heard of it. However, he was sure that even if he could, he wouldn't be able to do it right now. It was already difficult for him to fuse 2 profound powers into the defensive sword spell. Using the defensive sword spell to perform a sword skill was too far away. Just as Zhang Xian was contemplating whether he should return to the sky soaring court or continue cultivating, he sensed a sharp aura in the distance. So you're here. You've made me look for you for a long time. Take my sword. The cold shout came from afar. The first word was still far away, but the last word seemed to ring in their ears. Following this, Chu Mu felt as if he had been locked onto by a terrifying power. The sky above him was corroded by a terrifying darkness power, which spread out in the blink of an eye, covering a large area. It was as if night had descended. In the darkness, a terrifying black sword ray descended from the sky, slashing mercilessly at Chu Mu. Gloomy, cold, and sharp. Although the other party had warned him, this sword skill was merciless. It seemed as if it wanted to kill Chu Mu. This wasn't the battle platform. Without the protection of the battle platform's energy, Zhang Xian could only rely on his treasured inner armor and his own strength to resist the attack. Judging from the aura it emitted, this was a 4th-grade sword skill. It was even more powerful than an ordinary 4th-grade sword skill. His treasured inner armor couldn't resist it at all. The black sword ray was silent. Its power was contained within, making it even more terrifying. Under the darkness of the night, a terrifying pressure came from all directions, crushing Chu Mu. Chu Mu didn't know who attacked him all of a sudden. He only knew that he had to fight back. Raising his head, Zhang Xian's gaze was sharp, piercing through the darkness. Profound power surged, and sword intent erupted. The unreturnable sword was unsheathed in an instant. A tyrannical power surged and condensed as he slashed his sword upward. Suddenly, a dark golden light rose from the ground like a crescent moon, soaring into the sky. That dark golden crescent moon's sharpness was unstoppable. Its speed was shockingly fast, and its posture was extremely violent. It broke through the layers of clouds. 4th-grade sword skill, cloud-piercing sky. This sword skill's power was extremely tyrannical. It was a single-target sword skill that reached the pinnacle of offense. In an instant, the dark, golden crescent moon that soared into the sky collided with the black sword light that was falling from the sky. An astonishing power erupted and exploded in all directions. The terrifying shock wave caused the ground to crumble. Chu Mu seized the opportunity to use his movement technique to flee. The darkness in the sky was also destroyed by the terrifying energy. Following that, a sword light descended from the sky, appearing 100 meters in front of Chu Mu. The sword light disappeared and a figure appeared. It was a man in black robes. His face was cold and his eyes were gloomy. Wherever he stood, the light around him seemed to be absorbed, causing him to appear as if he was immersed in darkness, isolated from the outside world. "Who are you?" Chu Mu frowned. He had never seen this person before. "Lu Yi." The black-robed youth's voice was also cold. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with understanding. So this person was Lu Yi, the second-ranked disciple of the Soaring Sky Academy, second only to the chief disciple. From the looks of it, Lu Ye's forte was the profound of darkness. The sword skill that caused the sky to darken and the black sword ray to descend was a 4th-grade sword skill that focused on the profound of darkness. The profound of darkness was 1 or 2 times more powerful than ordinary profound of darkness. It was on par with the profound of light. A sword skill based on the profound of darkness was naturally more powerful than ordinary profound of sword skills. For example, if Zhong Yukin's lightning flame spiral lightning wave was modified to focus on the profound of light and the other 3 profound of darkness as support, the sword skill's power would increase by another 20 to 30%. From this point alone, it could be seen that Zhong Yukin's comprehension ability was inferior to Lu Ye's. "Take this." Without any explanation, Lu Yi attacked again. A shocking sound of breaking through the air rang out. As he waved his sword, countless black sword lights attacked like a storm. They were densely packed. It was another rank 4 sword technique. It was too fast. Chu Mu casted immovable mountain defense, allowing the densely packed black sword rays to bombard him. He remained majestically unmoving, not breaking at all. What a powerful defensive sword skill! Lu Yi was slightly surprised. He tossed the sword in his hand and silently chanted an incantation. His left hand moved as he used the defensive sword art. A sword appeared in his right hand as he used a 3rd-grade sword skill to attack Chu Mu. The black sword light was extremely fast and silent. It meant that its power was completely contained within. Once it erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. As soon as Lu Yi used the defensive sword art, Chu Mu immediately felt that its power surpassed Wang Wei's. He did not use the defensive sword art immediately. Instead, he used the sword of no return to defend against the black sword light. At the same time, he used his footwork to move around in a small area, dodging Lu Ye's 3rd-grade sword skill. A series of 3rd-grade sword skills exploded. The black sword light circled and attacked from all angles. Lu Ye's figure flashed, like a ghost walking in the night. He silently approached Chu Mu, the sword in his right hand slashing down. This Lu Yi could actually split his mind into 2. He controlled the defensive sword art to attack while using sword skills to fight at close range. Only a few geniuses could split their mind into 2. Everyone's soul was much stronger than ordinary geniuses. Lu Yi was the first genius that Chu Mu had met who could split his mind into 2. Could he split his mind into 3? Lu Ye's ability to split his mind into 2 immediately made Chu Mu's blood flow faster. He was a little excited. Using the defensive sword art wholeheartedly, using the sword to fight at close range and cooperating with the defensive sword art is more profound and difficult than using sword skills from afar. Chu Mu thought to himself as he dodged. Only those who had great confidence in themselves would dare to do this. Lu Ye's method also inspired Chu Mu. With a flash of his body, unreturnable sword knocked away Lu Ye's flying sword and flew up again. Chu Mu quickly casted sword controlling technique. The sharp sword light was unstoppable, while a royal rank sword appeared in his right hand. It was an ingenious sword attack that pierced towards Lu Ye's face from an unbelievable angle. Lu Ye's expression abruptly changed. He never would have thought that Chu Mu had also comprehended the defensive sword technique. Moreover, he was able to use it so quickly. Moreover, he was able to multitask like him and use sword techniques to fight. Moreover, his sword techniques were even more exquisite than his own. He hurriedly used the defensive sword art to block Chu Mu's flying sword. Lu Yi retreated and swung his sword to block Chu Mu's sword. However, a battle between experts only lasted for a breath. Lu Yi had lost the initiative and was facing Chu Mu. He had no chance to counterattack at all. Under Chu Mu's attacks, Lu Yi could only let go and parry. It was hard for him to make an effective counterattack. This feeling made him extremely sullen. He wanted to explode and use a powerful sword skill to push Chu Mu back and gain some time to catch his breath. Unfortunately, Chu Mu grasped this point and did not give him the chance at all. He forced him with every move. The sword light of the defensive sword art was even more flexible and coordinated with each other. Both of them could split their minds into two, but it was obvious that Chu Mu was better than Lu Yi in terms of the ability to split their minds into two. With a slash of his sword, Lu Yi was sent flying. Before Lu Yi could adjust, the sword light flew over and turned into a green color. Its speed was so fast that Lu Yi gave up on adjusting and could only forcefully wave his sword to block it. He could not use the defensive sword art for the time being, for types of profound meanings exploded and sword intent gushed out. In an instant, they condensed in the sword and slashed forward. The majestic clouds changed and were directly cut open. The shocking sharpness was unparalleled, causing Lu Ye's expression to change greatly. Breaking clouds, revealing blue sky. A strong sense of danger welled up in Lu Ye's heart. However, it was very difficult for Lu Yi to dodge the defensive sword art sword light. He could only disregard his own injuries and explode, sending the defensive sword art's sword light flying. The terrifying power exploded and Lu Yi was sent flying. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. One of the mouthfuls of blood was caused by him forcefully exploding. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Lu Ye's face was as pale as a ghost. He had already suffered some internal injuries. He fiercely glanced at Chu Mu. Without saying anything, he directly controlled the black sword light and rushed into the sky, quickly leaving. Lu Yi never would have thought that finding trouble with Chu Mu and fiercely teaching him a lesson would result in him suffering internal injuries. What he didn't know even more was that Chu Mu had used the fight with him to gain a deeper understanding of the imperial sword technique, as well as a deeper understanding of how to use it in battle. Chapter 948. After defeating Lu Yi, Chu Mu didn't stop. With a flash of sword light, he soared into the sky and returned to the soaring sky courtyard. He headed straight for his stone pavilion. As soon as he returned, Chu Mu immediately sat down to meditate and reflect on his battle with Lu Yi. The process was short, but his improvement was obvious. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed. What he didn't know was that his battle with Lu Yi was known to the elders of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. In truth, the elders were aware of the cultivation of the Flying Heaven Pavilion's disciples. However, they didn't have the energy to observe every single disciple. They would only observe those who were worthy of their attention. Most of Chu Mu's cultivation and battle were observed by the elders. His progress was reflected in their eyes, making them feel more satisfied and regretful at the same time. They sped up their search for treasures that could improve his cultivation talent. Another month passed. During this time, Chu Mu became more proficient in the sword-controlling art. The time he needed to recite the 36 chants had decreased by half, and his speed of using the sword-controlling art had also increased. He was also more proficient in using the sword-controlling art in battle. The 9th move of the ice sword art, Desheng, breaking through clouds and clear sky, had also improved. His overall strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Chu Mu suddenly had an idea. He wanted to challenge the soaring sky courtyard. A month ago, he defeated Lu Yi. Now he was even stronger than before. Apart from the chief disciple of the soaring sky courtyard, No one else was his match. How strong was the chief disciple of the soaring sky courtyard? Chu Mu didn't know. If the chief disciple wasn't as strong as him, he could sweep through the soaring sky courtyard. If the chief disciple was stronger than him, he could learn from his battle with the chief disciple to strengthen himself. After making his decision, Chu Mu left the soaring sky courtyard for the soaring sky courtyard without notifying anyone else. His every move was under the surveillance of the pavilion elders. The soaring sky courtyard was quite far from the soaring sky courtyard. Chu Mu used his movement technique and arrived at the soaring sky courtyard an hour later. Among the 3 courtyards, the flat sky courtyard had the most disciples. The soaring sky courtyard only had slightly fewer disciples than the flat sky courtyard. The soaring sky courtyard had the least disciples. As soon as Zhang Xian arrived at the entrance of the soaring sky court, he was blocked by 2 disciples of the soaring sky court. "Stop! Which courtyard are you from?" One of the 2 asked. There were only a few disciples in the soaring sky court, and they recognized all of them, including the new ones. Chu Mu was clearly a new face. "Soaring sky courtyard," Chu Mu replied calmly. "Sky soaring court?" The 2 disciples from the soaring sky court were stunned. They couldn't understand why a soaring sky court disciple would come to the soaring sky court. While they were still in a daze, Chu Mu had already passed through them and strode away. "Stop!" The 2 of them reacted quickly. Their figures flashed, and they directly reached out to grab Chu Mu's arm. However, they only saw a shadow in front of them, and their hands suddenly missed. Chu Mu's figure was dozens of meters away. The 2 of them used their movement techniques, and their speed was extremely fast. Although they didn't draw their swords, the power of their sword fingers was still very strong. Sensing the 2's attack, Chu Mu quickly counterattacked. The 2 of them were caught off guard and were struck in the stomach. A terrifying shockwave penetrated their armor and inner armor, and impacted their internal organs. Their blood and qi churned, and with their abdomen as the center, a spinning shockwave spread out, causing their bodies to go limp. For a moment, they fell to the ground powerlessly. This kind of attack was a combination of mountain-shaking energy and mountain-piercing energy. It could only be used on direct contact, and it also required the opponent to be unprepared. This kind of power couldn't kill them directly, but it would cause their blood and qi to tremble and their internal organs to tremble. Of course, if the opponent was prepared or not weaker than Chu Mu, it could be blocked and greatly weakened. This scene just happened to be seen by a few disciples of the soaring sky court. Their faces immediately changed, and their figures flashed, and they quickly rushed over. "Who are you? How dare you commit murder in the soaring sky court? Take him down!" These people attacked at the same time, directly drawing their swords and slashing over. Because they were afraid of destroying the soaring sky court's environment, they didn't use any sword skills. Instead, they used the sword arts they had learned in the Flying Heaven Pavilion. With a single glance, Chu Mu saw through their flaws. With a shift of his feet, he swept out his sword without drawing it out of its sheath. This sword contained all kinds of transformations, and his figure flashed past, instantly defeating the 3. The combination of mountain-shaking energy and mountain-piercing energy once again smashed into their bodies, shaking their blood, qi, and internal organs. Their muscles went limp, and they directly fell to the ground, unable to get up. Along the way, he encountered many disciples of the soaring sky court. The moment they saw Chu Mu's unfamiliar face, they immediately tried to stop him. After being ignored by Chu Mu, they all attacked, only to be countered by Chu Mu. Their bodies went limp, and they fell to the ground. Some of the stronger ones were able to exchange a few moves with Chu Mu, but they were still hit by Chu Mu. In terms of sword arts, no one in the soaring sky court was Chu Mu's match. These disciples didn't dare to use any powerful sword skills, and they didn't even use their full strength. Their goal was only to stop Chu Mu. Without much preparation, they naturally weren't Chu Mu's match. along the way to the Soaring Sky Court's 100 Battles Pavilion. More than 20 disciples fell to Chu Mu's sword. If it were a life and death battle, they would all be killed by Chu Mu. In the 100 Battles Tower of the Soaring Sky Court, more than a dozen disciples were gathered there. 2 people were fighting on the 100 Battles stage. The 2 disciples who were knocked down first also recovered and quickly chased over. "Who are you?" As soon as Chu Mu entered the 100 Battles Pavilion, a pair of eyes immediately fell on him. When they saw that it was an unfamiliar face, they immediately questioned him. "Soaring Sky Court's Chu Mu." Chu Mu replied indifferently. His figure flickered and landed on the 100 Battles platform. He unsheathed the unreturnable sword and drew a perfect sword light, forcing both sides to retreat. "Soaring Sky Court's Chu Mu?" That's the guy who broke the entrance test record, but his cultivation talent is incomparably low. He's really assigned to the Soaring Sky Court. Their knowledge of Chu Mu was limited. The Soaring Sky Court was the head of the 3 courts. Facing the Flat Sky Court and Soaring Sky Court, the disciples of the Soaring Sky Court were arrogant. They didn't think that the Flat Sky Court and Soaring Sky Court were worth mentioning, especially the Soaring Sky Court. Whether it was cultivation talent or other aspects, the Soaring Sky Court's disciples couldn't compare with them. As such, the Soaring Sky Court's disciples often didn't know what was going on in the Soaring Sky Court. They felt that there was no need to pay attention to it, as it was purely a waste of time. Therefore, the disciples of the Soaring Sky Court didn't know that Chu Mu had become the lead disciple of the Soaring Sky Court and defeated the Flat Sky Court's Shaoling. Even if they did know, they wouldn't care and would soon forget about it. As for Wang Wei and Sun Yuan being defeated by Chu Mu, and Lu Yi being injured by Chu Mu, the people involved wouldn't mention it. Xuanji Zuyue also didn't mention it, so the others naturally didn't know about it. "What are you doing in our Soaring Sky Court?" One of the disciples on the 100 Battles platform stared at Chu Mu and sneered. "To challenge." Chu Mu wasn't angry at all and replied indifferently. He raised the unreturnable sword and a sword light flashed. "Challenge." Did I hear wrong? Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. A Soaring Sky Court's disciple actually came to our Soaring Sky Court to challenge. This is the funniest joke I've heard in decades. Their mockery didn't anger Chu Mu. Chu Mu's expression was indifferent as he allowed them to laugh all they wanted. Only when they were done laughing did he say, "Sun Yuan and Wang Wei didn't tell you that they went to the Soaring Sky Court to challenge me and were defeated by my sword. Lu Yi didn't tell you that he was also defeated by my sword a month ago?" Chu Mu's words stunned the Soaring Sky Court's disciples. They thought they were hallucinating. Sun Yuan, Wang Wei, and Lu Yi were the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd senior brothers of the Soaring Sky Court. They were extremely powerful. So how could they be defeated by Chu Mu? I'm dying of laughter. I take back what I just said. This is the funniest joke I've heard in my life. I guarantee that this is the funniest joke I've heard in my life. Is this how daydreaming is supposed to be? This is simply insane. No one believed Chu Mu's words. They looked at Chu Mu as if they were looking at an idiot. "I'm right here. Who wants to fight me?" Chu Mu didn't care about their mockery and directly said, "All right, I'll teach you a lesson," said one of the people on the battle stage. 10,000 high-grade origin crystals and 100 flying points, said Chu Mu. "No problem. Since you want to give these to me, I'm more than happy to do so." The other party smiled. Another person flew down the battle stage. On the battle stage, the battle immediately began. This person used a sword art to attack Chu Mu, but he was defeated by Chu Mu in a single move. How is this possible? They couldn't believe it. "I'll go." Another person didn't believe it and shouted. He landed on the battle stage and started fighting with Chu Mu. Just like the first person, this person was also defeated by Chu Mu in a single move. "Call your head, senior brother, over." "You guys aren't my match," said Chu Mu indifferently. The other disciples were hesitant when they saw Chu Mu defeating 2 people in 2 moves. But when they heard Chu Mu's words, they were instantly enraged. Another person charged onto the battle stage and fought with Chu Mu. However, he was also defeated by Chu Mu in a single move. At this point, Chu Mu had obtained 30,000 high-grade origin crystals and 300 flying points. The flying points in his identity token had reached 1,430. This is indeed a good way to obtain flying points. Chu Mu was tempted. He didn't know how many times he would need to comprehend Wukong's sword art. The more flying points he had, the better. The fourth disciple was defeated by Chu Mu in a single move. Chu Mu obtained another 10,000 high-grade origin crystals and 100 flying points. At this point, the disciples of the Soaring Sky Academy finally understood that they weren't Chu Mu's match. Perhaps only the top 10 senior brothers could defeat Chu Mu. Just you wait if you have the guts. A disciple shouted at Chu Mu. I'll wait. Call your head senior brother over, said Chu Mu. Chapter 949. There's no need for a senior brother. Just the top 10 senior brothers of our Soaring Sky Court can defeat you. Chu Mu's words angered the Soaring Sky Court's disciples. Not long after, a ray of sword light flew over and landed on the battle platform. A disciple of the Soaring Sky Court dares to challenge our Soaring Sky Court? Let's not talk about your strength first. Just your courage alone is worthy of my admiration. Chu Mu smiled at the Soaring Sky Court's disciple. His words sounded friendly, but the smile on his face gave Chu Mu a feeling of hypocrisy. He Chi was ranked 7th among the Soaring Sky Court's disciples. Cut the crap. Chu Mu knew the sword observation technique. Observing a sword was like observing a person, and observing a person was like observing a sword. He Chi's words were nice, but he was actually a hypocrite. Towards such people, Chu Mu wouldn't be courteous or courteous. He Chi laughed as if he didn't mind, but Chu Mu still saw a flash of anger in his eyes. All right, then you'd better be careful, He Chi said. However, before he could finish, he had already unsheathed his sword and executed a sword technique to attack Chu Mu. Battles on the battle stage were usually fought after the words were spoken. He Chi's sudden attack was enough to show how sinister he was. He used a 4th grade sword technique right from the start. Chu Mu saw through He Chi's character, so he was prepared. As soon as He Chi attacked, Chu Mu attacked as well. Thunderstorm swept out crazily. The sword techniques collided and shockwaves spread out in all directions, covering the entire battle stage. All kinds of energy clouds spread out. Chu Mu then executed another sword technique. Cloudburst Sky Illumination. The energy clouds formed by the collision of the two sword techniques were instantly split apart by the terrifying power of the sword technique. A dark, golden crescent moon pierced through the sky with shocking power. Cloudburst Sky Illumination slashed towards He Chi. Previously, Chu Mu accidentally discovered that Thundercloud Storm could be used together with Clear Sky Through Clouds, which made Clear Sky Through Clouds even more mysterious. How could he have expected this move? There was no way to dodge it. He could only take it head-on. However, the power of the clear sky cleaving through clouds was too strong. There was no way to block it at all. The protective energy on his body was directly shattered. I've lost! He Chi's face was filled with shock, unable to accept the truth. Chu Mu directly stretched out his left palm without hesitation. A trace of anger flashed through He Chi's eyes, but he immediately put on a smile and took out 10,000 high-grade origin crystals and transferred 100 fairy points to Chu Mu. Chu Mu's fairy points immediately increased to 1630. Below the battle stage, the Soaring Heavens Academy's disciples widened their eyes in shock. Even the 7th-ranked senior brother, He Chi, was defeated? Was it an illusion? He rubbed his eyes hard and confirmed once again that it was indeed the truth. Their senior brother, He Chi, was defeated. I've said it before. Tell your chief disciple to come out. Chu Mu said again. At this moment, Sun Yuan and Wang Wei arrived at the 100 Battles Pavilion. Chu Mu, it's really you. Wang Wei and Sun Yuan roared when they saw the person on the battle stage. You guys still want to give me more origin crystals and fairy points. Chu Mu's tone had a hint of ridicule. What? Could it be that Sun Yuan and Wang Wei were really defeated by Chu Mu before? Judging from their expressions, it seems like they were really defeated before. The whispers were heard by Sun Yuan and Wang Wei, which made their already ugly expressions change again, becoming even uglier. Chu Mu, I'll let you know how lucky you were last time. Sun Yuan roared. He leaped onto the battle stage and unsheathed his sword to launch an attack. He knew that Chu Mu's sword technique was powerful, and it wasn't suitable for him to fight Chu Mu in close combat. Hence, he immediately used a powerful 4th grade sword technique. Sun Yuan's sword technique was powerful, but Chu Mu's sword technique wasn't weak either. In fact, it was even stronger. Under the combination of thunderstorm and clear sky, Sun Yuan immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Using his movement technique, Startling Rainbow, he appeared beside Sun Yuan and slashed out again, breaking through Sun Yuan's invisible protective energy. Once again, Sun Yuan was defeated by Chu Mu's sword. Wang Wei was shocked. Sun Yuan was weaker than him, but if he wanted to defeat Sun Yuan, he would have to put in a lot of effort. It was impossible for him to defeat Sun Yuan in such a domineering manner like Chu Mu. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Wang Wei felt that he was most likely not Chu Mu's opponent. Even though he was furious, he didn't say anything. There was nothing he could do about it. He didn't expect Chu Mu's strength to increase so much in just half a year. If he were to say that he was lucky last time, then this time he wouldn't be Chu Mu's opponent even if he went all out. Wang Wei, do you dare to come up and fight? Chu Mu pointed his sword at Wang Wei and said. Wang Wei couldn't remain silent. Even though he knew that he wasn't confident in defeating Chu Mu, he could only brace himself and accept the challenge. Why wouldn't I dare? With a cold snort, Wang Wei's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Mu. He didn't immediately launch an attack, but instead adopted a defensive posture. His eyes were full of vigilance as he stared straight at Chu Mu. He slowly shifted his feet and began to walk around the 100 battle stage. Wang Wei's stance left the Soaring Sky Academy's disciples dumbfounded. It was obvious that he wasn't confident in winning. Wang Wei didn't dare to use the Imperial Sword Art. He still remembered how he lost last time. If he thought that Chu Mu won by luck before, then he didn't have the slightest bit of luck now. He took a defensive stance against Chu Mu, but even so it didn't help. Chu Mu's figure flashed and directly launched his attack. He didn't display a Tier 4 sword technique. Instead, he displayed one Tier 1 sword technique after another. After that, he displayed Tier 2 sword techniques one after another. Finally, he displayed Tier 3 sword techniques. Sword skill after sword skill was used continuously. Under the eruption of power, it formed a vast torrent of sword skills that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The power of the torrent increased from weak to strong. Another move, Thundercloud Storm, followed by Cloudbreak Sky. Wang Wei's expression drastically changed under the torrent of sword skills. He barely managed to block the attacks. An invisible energy around his body dissipated. He lost again. In reality, at the beginning, if Wang Wei didn't have any misgivings and fought Chu Mu, he could have exchanged a few more blows. Unfortunately, when he saw Sun Yuan easily defeated by Chu Mu, he already believed in his heart that he was inferior to Chu Mu. His aura had already weakened, and when the fight started, he adopted a conservative, defensive stance. With all these factors combined, and with Chu Mu's sudden, fierce, and berserk attacks, it was natural that Wang Wei would be defeated so directly. Helpless, Wang Wei could only take out 10,000 high-grade, profound crystals and 100 fairy points to give to Chu Mu. Chu Mu now had a total of 1,730 fairy points. Even senior brother Wang Wei lost. What should we do now? No one is Chu Mu's match. We still have senior brother Lu Yi and the chief senior brother. We can only rely on senior brother Lu Yi now. In the crowd, Xuanji Wuyue's expression was very ugly. She never thought that Chu Mu would dare to challenge the soaring sky courtyard. Previously, she only thought that Chu Mu was just joking. Who would have thought that he would actually come? A month ago, Lu Yi returned to the soaring sky courtyard with a pale face. She also saw it with her own eyes. Later on, she found out that Lu Yi was injured by Chu Mu during their battle. Damn it! Now that the chief senior brother isn't here, no one is Chu Mu's match. Xuanji Wuyue thought. Go get senior brother Lu Yi. Yes, go get senior brother Lu Yi. Junior sister Xuanji is here. Let her go get senior brother Lu Yi. Senior brother Lu is in closed-door cultivation, Xuanji Wuyue immediately said. Other than Lu Yi himself, only Xuanji Wuyue knew that Lu Yi had been injured by Chu Mu. Although Xuanji Wuyue wanted to deal with Chu Mu, she was worried that Lu Yi would be defeated by Chu Mu again and lose face. So, she said that Lu Yi was in closed-door cultivation. No matter how much she thought about it, Xuanji Wuyue didn't expect that someone else would go find Lu Yi. Senior brother Lu. Xuanji Wuyue was startled to see Lu Yi and quickly went to greet him. Junior sister. Seeing Xuanji Wuyue, a sincere smile appeared on Lu Ye's cold face. Senior brother, aren't you in closed-door cultivation? It's not suitable for you to fight. Xuanji Wuyue winked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi immediately understood Xuanji Wuyue's meaning. However, he wanted to take revenge for his defeat a month ago, so he hurried over after receiving the news. It's fine, I'm done with my cultivation. Lu Yi smiled. Looking at Chu Mu, his expression turned cold, and his gaze became deep and dark. His figure flickered, and he appeared on the battle stage. You're healed? Chu Mu asked. Once again, the Soaring Sky Academy's disciples were stunned, thinking that they were hallucinating again. Humph! Lu Yi only snorted coldly and didn't answer. At this time, no matter what he said, he would be at a disadvantage. He directly attacked with the Imperial Sword Art. A black sword light emitted a heart-palpitating chill as it pierced through the air towards Chu Mu. Its speed seemed to be faster than a month ago, and its power was also stronger. Kill! Using the Imperial Sword Art with his left hand, Lu Yi unleashed sword skills with his right hand, forming a torrent of sword skills that blasted towards Chu Mu. Compared to a month ago, Lu Ye's strength had indeed improved significantly. As expected, without pressure, there wouldn't be enough motivation. However, compared to a month ago, Chu Mu's strength had also improved. His left hand's fingers quickly drew a line in front of him as he silently chanted an incantation. The unreturnable sword was unsheathed, turning into an azure gold sword light. With a swoosh, it shot out and collided with the black sword light. Holding the sword in his right hand, he also unleashed a torrent of sword skills, one move after another. Chu Mu had comprehended more sword skills than Lu Yi. Under the impact of the torrent of sword skills, they exploded one after another. The terrifying energy was like sharp swords covering the entire battle stage. Thundercloud storm, breaking the clouds to see the blue sky. Defensive sword skill, immovable mountain. Movement sword skill, shocking rainbow. Close combat sword skill, wind slasher, the Imperial Sword Art that fused metal profound and wind profound. The 5-element sword art, the cloud sword art, and the wind lightning sword art. The final sword strike shattered Lu Ye's invisible protective energy. Chapter 950. The first senior brother isn't here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so smug. A disciple glared at Chu Mu. He's not here. Chu Mu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. His goal was to challenge the first senior brother of the Soaring Heavens Academy. From your tone, It seems like you're here to challenge Senior Brother Tsang. A sneer appeared on Lu Ye's cold face. I admit that your strength is indeed stronger than mine. However, it's still too early for you to challenge Senior Brother Tsang. No, it should be said that you will never have the chance to catch up to Senior Brother Tsang, let alone challenge him. From Lu Ye's words, it seemed like the first senior brother of the Soaring Heavens Academy, Tsang Mo, was extremely powerful. No matter what, Tsang Mo wasn't in the Soaring Heavens Academy. However, Chu Mu's trip wasn't in vain. At the very least, the Soaring Heavens Academy knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. More importantly, he obtained a lot of high-grade origin crystals and flying points. 80,000 high-grade origin crystals and 800 flying points. Currently, Chu Mu had 1,930 flying points in his Flying Heaven Pavilion Disciple token. With another 100 points, he would be able to comprehend the murals 4 times. Unfortunately, Tsang Mo wasn't in the Soaring Heavens Academy. No one was a match for him. Chu Mu didn't want to challenge him anymore. Shaking his head, he executed the sword controlling art and became one with the sword. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew away from the Soaring Heavens Academy. The disciples of the Soaring Heavens Academy had ugly expressions on their faces. They were actually defeated by a disciple of the Soaring Heavens Academy. No one was a match for him. They had lost all face. The power of the torrent of sword skills created by the continuous outburst of multiple sword skills is indeed astonishing. The combination of Thunderstorm and Cloudbreaker is also very useful. Chu Mu thought to himself as he recalled the challenge in the Soaring Heavens Academy. After entering the Soaring Heavens Academy, he returned to his sword tower and meditated for a while before heading to the Soaring Heavens Academy again. His goal was to comprehend the void creation sword technique. There was no need for Zhang Xian to keep an eye on the portion that he had comprehended previously. He casually chose another spot and started comprehending it. Chu Mu had made up his mind that he would not give up until he had comprehended the void emerging sword technique. He spent all his time on comprehending the swordsmanship murals and had no intention of diverting his attention to comprehending the swordsmanship murals. This was because he planned to apply to leave the Flying Heaven Pavilion after comprehending the void sword technique and go out to gain experience. He needed to fight to the death and slaughter in order to plunder the cultivation talent of others. Only then could he absorb the killing intent, resentment, baleful aura, and other negative auras to cultivate the divine weapon of slaughter secret technique and nourish the sword embryo. Time passed by slowly, and Chu Mu's mental strength was constantly being depleted. Comprehending the swordsmanship murals, especially looking for the appropriate sword traces on the murals, consumed a lot of mental energy. In less than 24 hours, Chu Mu suddenly felt that his mental energy was in a trance. He could no longer maintain his state of comprehension. Only then did he realize that his mental energy was almost exhausted. If he continued to comprehend, his mental energy would definitely be overused. I still haven't comprehended it. Glancing at the swordsmanship murals, Chu Mu sighed inwardly. However, at least a portion of the swordsmanship murals had been cleared by Chu Mu. The next time he tried to comprehend it, the scope would be reduced again. After leaving the Flying Heaven Mural Palace, Zhang Xian returned to the stone tower to recover his mental energy. After that, he continued to cultivate. 3 days later, Chu Mu once again came to the Flying Heaven Mural Palace. Sitting cross-legged in front of the Flying Heaven Sword Technique murals, Zhang Xian stared at the parts that he had yet to comprehend. He chose one of them and began to comprehend it. There were many scratches on the swordsmanship murals, and they were very complex. They contained all kinds of swordsmanship: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, cloud, light, darkness, and so on. There were also shadows, blood, snow, fog, stars, and so on. There were many sword traces on the murals. The void sword technique's trace was the least. It might even be that there was only one trace. Trying to find the void sword technique's trace among the many complex sword traces was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chu Mu had perseverance and patience. He wouldn't give up until he found the void sword technique's trace and comprehended it. His mental energy was constantly being depleted. Chu Mu didn't know when, but he felt his mental energy fading and instantly left his state of comprehension. His mental energy was almost depleted again. This time he still couldn't comprehend the void sword technique, which made Chu Mu feel that it was a pity. I still have 930 flight points left. If I still can't comprehend it next time, I'll have to get another 100 flight points. Chu Mu sighed inwardly. He left the Flying Heaven Mural Palace and returned to the stone tower to recover his mental energy. Chu Mu went back and forth between the stone tower and the Flying Heaven Mural Palace. He didn't know that the news of him dominating the Soaring Heavens courtyard had been leaked and caused a huge commotion. The Soaring Heavens courtyard's disciples didn't believe it at first, but after asking around, they finally confirmed that Chu Mu had indeed dominated the Soaring Heavens courtyard. Aside from the Soaring Heavens courtyard's first seat, Tsang Mo, who wasn't present, even the second-ranked Lu Yi was defeated by Chu Mu. The Sky Courtyard's disciples also found it hard to believe after hearing the news. During this time, Zhong Mukin and the others came to look for Chu Mu. Unfortunately, Chu Mu just so happened to be comprehending the swordsmanship murals in the Flying Heaven Mural Palace. 3 days later, Chu Mu left the stone tower for the Flying Heaven Mural Palace again to comprehend the swordsmanship murals for the third time. If he still couldn't comprehend it this time, he would have to find a way to get 100 flight points for the fourth time. If he still couldn't comprehend it on the fourth try, Chu Mu would consider whether he should go to the Flat Sky Academy or Flying Sky Academy and challenge 5 or 6 other disciples to get more flying points to continue comprehending. Although there wasn't any sense of accomplishment in bullying the weak, he would still make an exception once or twice for the sake of flight points. With such thoughts in mind, Chu Mu sat down cross-legged and started comprehending the swordsmanship murals again. Strictly speaking, this should be his third time comprehending the Wukong sword art. His eyes locked onto the swordsmanship murals in front of him and scanned them bit by bit, looking for the corresponding Wukong sword art. Chu Mu's eyes were incomparably sharp. After comprehending the swordsmanship multiple times, he had become more proficient in it. He had grasped a few techniques that could increase his searching efficiency. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had passed. One after another, the swordsmanship murals appeared before Chu Mu's eyes and flashed by. Gold, red, blue, and purple. The colors were all different. Some were pitch black, some were faint like shadows, and some were flickering with starlight. They were all different kinds of profound energy. Suddenly, a translucent silver color appeared before Chu Mu's eyes. The translucent silver sword mark emitted an ethereal energy. There was also a terrifying destructive energy hidden deep within. Chu Mu was instantly delighted. The Wukong sword art. He finally found it. It felt like the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to begin. Only those who had comprehended the swordsmanship murals would know how difficult and exhausting it was to find a suitable sword mark. It wasn't just once or twice, but 3 times. He had searched for it with all his heart and soul. Only he knew how difficult it was to search for it. He focused his mind and eliminated all distracting thoughts. He locked onto the Wukong sword art and comprehended it wholeheartedly. The Wukong sword art was much more profound than the other Wukong sword arts. It was much more powerful. Similarly, the Wukong sword art was much more difficult to comprehend. Although he had found the Wukong sword art, Chu Mu couldn't immediately comprehend it. He could only stare at the Wukong sword art and immerse himself in it. He communicated with the Wukong sword art that had reached the limit of the 9th revolution in his spiritual world. The Wukong sword art at the limit of the 9th revolution corresponded with the Wukong sword art on the swordsmanship murals. They resonated and strengthened Chu Mu's comprehension. The Wukong sword art suddenly dispersed before his eyes. A translucent silver light was released, and an ethereal aura spread out. It made Chu Mu feel like he was in a different space and time. It was as if a pitch-black spatial crack had appeared and emitted a terrifying power. It wanted to tear everything apart and destroy everything. It made Chu Mu's soul throb. Resisting the throb in his soul, Chu Mu continued to comprehend. The power of his mind was constantly consumed. The Wukong sword art turned into a sword light and shone into his spiritual world. The Wukong sword art at the limit of the 9th revolution in his spiritual world suddenly trembled and flew over. It turned into a virtual figure that held a translucent silver sword and took a pose. Immediately, the virtual figure cultivated a sword art in Chu Mu's spiritual world. This sword art was more profound than any sword art that Chu Mu had seen before. It was broad and profound. From the first move to the final move, the 9th move, every move contained the mysteries of the Wukong sword art. It corresponded to Chu Mu's Wukong sword art. It was ethereal and contained a terrifying destructive power. It was as if it could open up space and time. From this sword technique, Chu Mu unexpectedly felt the shadow of a power that was close to splitting the heavens and earth apart. It was a magical sword art, a mysterious sword art, and an incomparably profound and unfathomable sword art. As he watched, Chu Mu kept memorizing every move of the Wukong sword art. His powerful memory was used to the extreme at this time. The operation of his mind was beyond normal. The various mysteries of the sword art flowed through his mind like water. Finally, Chu Mu completely memorized the 9 moves of the Wukong sword art. They were imprinted in his mind. What a powerful sword art! Chu Mu could not help but secretly exclaim. The power of the first move of this void swordsmanship was comparable to that of an ordinary level 1 human level earth-breaking sword skill. The 9th move was even 30% more powerful than that of an ordinary level 2 human level earth-breaking sword skill. The function of this Wukong sword art was to deepen the swordsman's understanding and mastery of the Wukong sword art. It was powerful, ethereal, and mysterious. Chu Mu felt that if he mastered the entire Wukong sword art, it might be of great help to his swordsmanship attainments. His mind was in a trance, and his body swayed. Chu Mu came to his senses. It turned out that his mind power was exhausted again. It was more serious than the previous 2 times. He felt dizzy, and as if his mind was about to be torn apart. It was very uncomfortable. He had to rest for a while to feel better before he left. Chapter 9:51. Stone Tower was still Stone Tower. It had never changed. Zhong Nyukin, Nyeshinkong, and Li Qian drank and chatted with Chu Mu in Stone Tower. They also had a sword duel and received guidance from Chu Mu before they left. Only Chu Mu was left in Stone Tower. After a short rest, he began to cultivate the Sky Sword Principle. He knew that the Sky Sword Principle was extremely profound when he was comprehending it. Only when he cultivated it himself could he directly experience the profoundness of the Sky Sword Principle. Half a month had passed since he comprehended the Sky Sword Principle. Chu Mu had only cultivated to the 3rd move. He was still a little shaky when it came to displaying the 4th move. This showed that the difficulty of cultivating the Sky Sword Principle was dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than other sword principles. Chu Mu was not afraid of the high difficulty of cultivating it. At most, he would spend more time cultivating it. Now that he had finished cultivating the 5 elements sword principle, wind and lightning sword principle, cloud sword principle, and ice sword principle, he only needed to spend some time to review them. Most of his time was spent on the Sky Sword Principle. The sword moves of the Sky Sword Principle were ethereal and ethereal. It was impossible to determine the final point of the sword. It also contained an amazing power. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be cut open. The first move of the sky sword principle was the most simple. Each move was more difficult than the last. The ninth move was the most profound. Chu Mu had only cultivated the third move. The fourth move was shaky. This showed that his understanding and mastery of the sky ultimacy was very shallow. The 9 moves of the sky sword principle were clearly layered. It clearly showed Chu Mu's mastery of the sky ultimacy. Of course, it didn't mean that mastering the 9th move was equivalent to completely understanding and mastering some kind of profound power. There was no limit to power. Mastering the 9th move only meant that one had understood and mastered some kind of power to a certain extent. It was enough, nothing more. Not long after, Chu Mu performed the first 3 moves of the sky sword principle. Each move was more powerful than the previous. He began to perform the 4th move. This move required some time to accumulate power. The 4th move was much more powerful than the 3rd move. Generally speaking, these sword techniques all had 9 moves. After every 3 moves, there would be a threshold, from the 3rd move to the 4th move, and from the 6th move to the 7th move. The power of the 4th move would be much stronger than the 3rd move. The understanding and application of the power contained in the 4th move would also be greatly improved. Similarly, the power of the 7th move would also be much stronger than the 6th move. Mastering the first 3 moves meant that one's understanding and mastery of this profundity was at the low level. Mastering the middle 3 moves meant that one had reached the middle level. Mastering the last 3 moves meant that one's understanding and mastery of this profundity had reached the high level. Currently, Chu Mu's mastery of the profound of space was between the low and middle levels. He assumed the posture of performing the 4th move of the void sword art. He stood still and recalled the essence of the first 3 moves. The 4th move was not a rootless duckweed. It was closely related to the first 3 moves. The first move to the 3rd move of the void sword art replayed in Chu Mu's mind over and over again. As he practiced the moves one after another, the essence of the profundity was gradually unearthed. Sword after sword, over and over again. His comprehension of the first 3 moves of the void sword technique continued to accumulate. Strands of translucent silver light were released from his eyes. As time passed, his understanding of the void profound deepened. Gradually, the translucent silver light spread out and dyed his pupils into a translucent silver light. This pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through all the profundities of the void. In fact, this was also the case. Under Chu Mu's gaze, the space in front of him was like an onion peeling off layer by layer. Deeper profundities were gradually revealed in Chu Mu's eyes. In fact, with Chu Mu's profound of space that had been refined to the limit of the 9th revolution, he could have already grasped these profundities. However, although he had reached the level of strength, he had not yet reached the level of understanding. It was like a person who possessed divine strength that ordinary people could not hope to reach and had become a super Hercules. However, he had not received any formal guidance or training and was simply unable to use his divine strength properly. The void sword art was like a kind of guidance and cultivation. The distinct levels of cultivation allowed Chu Mu's understanding of the profound of space to become clearer. There were levels, patterns, and clear patterns. His eyes could see through layers of space as the profundities of the void sword art appeared in a deeper level. When he reached the limit, a part of his understanding of the profound of space was also clarified and his comprehension deepened. Following that, Chu Mu swung his sword and his body spun in a circle with the sword. The translucent silver sword light drew an arc in the air. In the depths of the arc, there seemed to be a trace of darkness, as if space had been cut open and emitted a terrifying power. The 4th move of the void sword art. Chu Mu had finally displayed the complete move. It was no longer an empty shell. This meant that Chu Mu's understanding and mastery of the profound of space had improved further and reached a new level. intermediate level. He wanted to display the fifth move, but he found that it was too difficult. He couldn't even force himself to display it. After thinking for a while, Chumu decided to apply to leave the Flying Heaven Pavilion to train. As for the cultivation of the void sword art, it didn't require a large space and didn't require a specific place. He could still practice it during the training. The Flying Heaven Pavilion had its own arrangements for the training application. After Chumu's application was submitted, it was immediately accepted. The Grand Pavilion Elder invites you in. What awaited Chumu wasn't the approval to go out, but a message. The Grand Pavilion Elder. Chumu was a little surprised, but he still followed. The Grand Pavilion Elder was the Grand Elder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. He had a lot of power and was a true sword saint. He wasn't the Nirvana Realm swordsman that Lin Fan knew in the past. His strength was unfathomable, and he could kill Lin Fan thousands of times with just a breath. Have a seat. The Grand Pavilion Elder pointed to a chair not far away and said to Chumu in a gentle tone. Apart from the Grand Pavilion Elder, the Second Pavilion Elder, the Third Pavilion Elder, and the others were all there. They were all looking at Chumu. Their gazes made Chumu feel uncomfortable sitting there. Not bad, not bad. Really not bad. The Third Pavilion Elder's small eyes rolled around Chumu's body. He clicked his tongue and sighed. He was as wretched as he could be. Chumu, we've all seen your growth. The Second Pavilion Elder's chubby face was smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. Your comprehension and combat talent are unparalleled. The only thing that limits you is your cultivation talent. The Grand Pavilion Elder said slowly, however, it's also very difficult to improve your cultivation talent. We've all been on the lookout for heavenly treasures that can improve your cultivation talent. It's just that we haven't found any news yet. Thank you, Pavilion Elders. I'll also work hard to find it, Chumu said. This time, your application to go out and train has been approved. I've asked you to come here to tell you that when you go out and train, you must be very careful. However, don't be afraid if you get into trouble. The Flying Heaven Pavilion is your backer. The Grand Pavilion Elder said. Then he joked. Of course, you can't use the name of the Flying Heaven Pavilion to bully other weak forces. The other Pavilion Elders smiled knowingly. The originally serious atmosphere became much more relaxed after the Grand Pavilion Elder's joke. Of course, there's one more important thing to let you know. The smile on the Grand Pavilion Elder's face disappeared. He said seriously, you should already know that the next realm after the divine condensation realm is called the creation realm. The so-called creation realm means that only by comprehending the creation realm can you completely master the power of ultimacy. Only then can you comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and transform the ultimacy into the power of rules. Chumu nodded. He knew what the Grand Pavilion Elder said. There are two ways to become the Sword of Gojoseon. The first is to rely on brute force and continuous accumulation. When the accumulation reaches the limit and you can't bear it anymore, you can break through with brute force and forcefully comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and transform the ultimacy into the power of rules. Only then can you comprehend the creation realm and break through to the creation realm. The Grand Pavilion Elder said in detail, but what I want to say is that you must not take this path, because if you rely on brute force to break through, there will be some hidden dangers. Although it's insignificant, if you want to go further on the sword principle, this hidden danger is enough to become a huge obstacle. The best way is the second way. You can first comprehend the creation realm. You don't have to break through to the creation realm directly, but you must first understand the mystery of the creation realm. Once the time is ripe, you can immediately advance to the creation realm and transform the ultimacy into the rules of heaven and earth and become the Sword of Gojoseon. This is an improvement in accordance with the Great Way. You can go further on the sword principle, the Grand Pavilion Elder said solemnly. Chumu nodded. It was the first time he had heard of this, but it was normal. After all, his background was very low, and he didn't know many things that were taken for granted. Chu Mu was very grateful that the Grand Pavilion Elder told him directly, "Your comprehension and talent make me feel that you are now like a dragon trapped in the shallows. One day, your cultivation talent will no longer be able to limit your growth. You will eventually break out of the shallows and jump into the endless ocean to dominate the world," the Grand Pavilion Elder continued. The other elders didn't say anything, but they listened attentively. "I don't know when your cultivation talent will improve, but there will definitely be a time when it will improve. I only hope that you can continue to accumulate, strengthen your foundation, and make it stronger and stronger." The Grand Pavilion Elder continued, "This time you want to apply to go out and gain experience. There is a very good opportunity for you." Chu Mu realized that the Grand Pavilion Elder's next purpose of asking him to come was probably the next. In the Western Tiger Territory, there is a sacred place called the Creation Heavenly Platform. The purpose of the Creation Heavenly Platform is to allow people to comprehend the creation art and directly touch the mysteries of the creation realm. The Creation Heavenly Platform opens once every 100 years, and each time, only 100 people can enter to comprehend the creation art. The Grand Pavilion Elder said the 5 major forces of the Western Tiger Territory each have 10 places. The other 50 places will be fought for by the swordsmen of the other forces in the Western Tiger Territory. After our discussion, we have decided to give you one of the 10 places. We hope that you can enter the Creation Heavenly Platform to comprehend the creation art and comprehend the mysteries of the creation realm. When your cultivation talent improves, you will become the Sword of Gojoseon. This is the Creation Secret Token, which is required to enter the Creation Heavenly Platform. In addition, the Creation Secret Token cannot be kept in the interspatial ring. You have to be careful with it. Chapter 952. There were at least tens of thousands of swordsmen gathered in the huge auction house. They were all bidding for a treasure armor. A treasure armor was more valuable than a sword. No matter where it was the same. Moreover, once a treasure armor was crowned with the name of a master, its value would greatly increase. "I'll take this 3 dragons mountain armor. 50,000 upper grade yuanjing." You want to get a treasure armor personally made by a young master for just 50,000? What a joke. 60,000 upper grade yuanjing. The competition was fierce. This 3 dragons mountain armor looked very domineering. It gave off a sense of density and emitted a faint fluctuation of the profound of earth. The profound of earth seemed to become more active when one approached it. This was West Wind Town. It was located in a corner of the West Tiger Territory and was one of the gathering places. In terms of scale, it was only 1/10 the size of West Tiger City. In fact, there was only one city in the entire West Tiger Territory, and that was West Tiger City. The other gathering places were called towns, and there were quite a few of them, like West Wind Town and Lush Town. With a gathering place, there would naturally be various forces entrenched there. The size of each town was not as big as West Tiger City, but their composition was similar. As the saying goes, a sparrow may be small, but it has all the essentials. After Chu Mu left the Flying Heaven Pavilion, his first stop was West Wind Town. The wilderness of the West Tiger Territory was very dangerous. If one was not careful, they would encounter terrifying immemorial beasts. The West Tiger Territory was different from the Xilin continent. The immemorial beasts of the Xilin continent were at most king level, and there were not many of them. Most of them were equivalent to Origin Realm swordsmen, and some of them were equivalent to Deity Realm swordsmen. But in the West Tiger Territory, encountering king-level beasts was normal. With Chu Mu's current strength, he would be in danger if he encountered a king-level beast. Fortunately, there were king-level disciples of the Flying Heaven Pavilion cleaning up the area within 1,000 miles around the entrance of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. There were no king-level or higher immemorial beasts appearing. And 1,000 miles away from the Flying Heaven Pavilion was West Wind Town. Coincidentally, when Chu Mu arrived at West Wind Town, He was just in time for an auction. His intuition told him that if he participated in this auction, he might be able to gain something. So he decided to participate. For example, the 3 dragons mountain armor that was being auctioned at the moment was very precious. In fact, its value was several times higher than the non-return sword in Shermu's hand. According to the description, this 3 dragons mountain suppressing armor could activate the profound of earth and increase the profound of earth by 10%. Just think about it. Wearing this armor would not only give one a shocking defensive ability, but it would also increase the power of the profound of earth by 10%. Any sword skill that was related to the profound of earth would also be increased in power, becoming even more powerful. This alone made the 3 dragons mountain guarding armor much more valuable than ordinary top royal grade armors. Chu Mu did not participate in the auction because the 3 dragons mountain armor did not suit him. He was waiting for something suitable for him to appear. In the end, the 3 dragons mountain armor was bought by one person for 120,000 upper grade primal crystals. 120,000 upper grade primal crystals was not a small amount at all. Although the limit for challenges in the Flying Heaven Pavilion was 10,000 upper grade primal crystals. In fact, most disciples of the Flying Heaven Third Academy only had around 100,000 upper grade primal crystals in their interspatial rings. Some even had less than 200,000 upper grade primal crystals. After the 3 dragons mountain armor was sold, the next item was presented. It was the cub of a primordial ferocious beast. It was a silver-gray wolf cub that was said to have the bloodline of the Moonhowl wolf. The Moonhowl wolf was not a divine beast, but it was only slightly inferior to the silver moon wolf. Raising such a ferocious beast cub with a noble bloodline would definitely be an excellent battle pet when it grew up. The wolf cub was also sold for an advanced battle pet strike while the iron was hot. Just as the atmosphere was getting intense, the third item was presented. It was a crystal. "I believe everyone can see that this is a memory crystal," the auctioneer shouted. The auctioneer shouted, "After appraisal, this memory crystal contains a set of techniques, a set of great grandmaster level techniques for extracting medicinal ingredients and refining pills." Chu Mu was immediately energized when he heard this. This was what he wanted. In contrast, most of the swordsmen relaxed when they heard this. After all, no matter how precious this set of techniques was, they were of no use to them. They were not alchemists. However, those who needed it straightened their backs and braced themselves for the auction. This set of techniques is called the Heavenly Sun 9 transformations. It's an alchemy technique used by a Heavenly Sun alchemist 1,000 years ago. The auctioneer continued, trying to liven up the atmosphere and increase the value of the auction. The moment this was said, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Alchemy grandmasters had a higher status than king stage experts, and their numbers were many times fewer. Although there were at least 800 alchemy grandmasters in the West Tiger territory over the past 1,000 years, which sounded like a lot, if not 1,000 alchemy grandmasters. When it was really divided up, some forces did not even have alchemy grandmaster in charge. Only those forces that had reached a certain level of foundation and strength would have one. The Heavenly Sun alchemist eventually became an alchemy grandmaster and left behind his inheritance. It is said that the Heavenly Sun 9 transformations technique is closely related to his inheritance. The auctioneer's words immediately made everyone sit up straight. Their eyes shone brightly, and their attention was focused like never before. If alchemy grandmasters were precious but not rare in the West Tiger territory, then alchemy grandmasters were different. Out of 1,000 alchemy grandmasters, there might not even be one alchemy grandmaster. Alchemy's sacred masters were able to refine heaven-grade medicinal pills. Their status was slightly higher than ordinary sacred masters. The auctioneer's words imperceptibly increased the value of this set of alchemy techniques. The auction starts now. The starting price is 10,000 high-grade origin crystals. There is no limit to the increase. The auctioneer raised his hammer and announced loudly, 10,000 high-grade origin crystals definitely wouldn't be able to buy a grandmaster-level alchemy technique, not to mention a set of alchemy techniques. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. In an instant, the price soared from 10,000 high-grade origin crystals to 50,000 high-grade origin crystals. Speaking of which, 50,000 high-grade origin crystals still wouldn't be able to buy a grandmaster-level alchemy technique. 100,000. A gloomy voice sounded. The bidder was a black-robed man with a hat sitting in the corner of the auction house. The price soared from 50,000 to 100,000, but it didn't scare anyone. Some hadn't bid yet. It wasn't that they weren't willing to bid, but that they were waiting for the final opportunity, such as Chu-Mu. 110,000. 120,000. The black-robed man's voice was still gloomy. His tone revealed his determination to win. 130,000. The price rose again. 150,000. The black-robed man's voice sounded again. He directly increased the price by 20,000. His gloomy voice had a hint of threat, as if he was threatening others not to compete with him. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. However, no one knew who he was, so they didn't care too much. It was just that the price of 150,000 high-grade origin crystals made many flinch. They felt that it wasn't necessary, so they might as well leave their origin crystals to bid for the later treasures. 151,000. Chu-Mu bid. 152,000. A cynical young man crossed his legs and said unhurriedly, 160,000. The black-robed man bid again. At the same time, Chu-Mu and that cynical young man felt a gloomy aura sweep past them, full of warning. 161,000. The cynical young man didn't care and bid again. 162,000. Chu-Mu bid as well. This was what he wanted. As for the black-robed man's warning, he didn't care at all. A gloomy and cold aura suddenly attacked, enveloping Chu-Mu's body as if it was going to freeze him. Chu-Mu's aura shook to resist the invasion of the gloomy and cold aura. The black-robed man withdrew his aura and didn't bid again. In the end, Chu-Mu won the memory crystal of the Heavenly Sun 9 transformations at the price of 162,000 high-grade origin crystals. After paying the corresponding amount of high-grade origin crystals, Chu-Mu received the memory crystal. This place wasn't suitable for receiving the memory crystal, so it kept it for now. The auction continued. When the last item was sold, the auctioneer announced another piece of exciting news. 1 month later, the West Tiger City Auction House will auction a good fortune token. The auctioneer announced. Immediately, the crowd boiled with excitement. Chu-Mu was also very surprised. He already knew that there were only 100 good fortune tokens because only 100 people could enter the good fortune platform every time it opened. The 5 major forces of the West Tiger Territory each had 10 tokens, and there were still 50 left outside. Whether one could obtain it or not depended on one's ability and luck. Comprehending the mysteries of good fortune before breaking through would naturally bring great benefits. It would also have a great impact on one's future path. Any swordsman below the King Realm would want to obtain it. Not to mention that breaking through to the King Realm wasn't an easy task. It would take at least a few years. If one could comprehend the mysteries of good fortune, then as long as they accumulated enough, they could break through at any time. It would reduce a lot of pressure and save a lot of time. Chu-Mu had won himself, so he wasn't moved. However, the other swordsmen were excited, especially those below the King Realm. There was only one auction house in the West Tiger City called the Sky Auction House. It was a chain of the West Tiger Territory. For example, the auction house Chu-Mu was currently in was a branch of the Sky Auction House in the West Wind Town. It could be expected that in 1 month, countless people would gather at the auction house in the West Tiger City. The auction would be incomparably intense, shockingly intense, to compete for the good fortune token and the right to enter the good fortune platform. All the clans and forces would definitely take action. It would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, because other than the 5 major forces in the West Tiger territory, there were many other forces that were slightly weaker than them. After the news that the secret order of creation would be auctioned in West Tiger City in a month's time was released, the auctioneer thanked the crowd and announced the end of the auction and the end of the auction. Chapter 953. Hey, brother, I'll pay 170,000. How about you sell the Heavenly Sun 9 transformations to me? After the auction ended, the cynical young man walked over to Chu Mu with his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "At the same time, it will save you a lot of trouble." As he spoke, he glanced at the black-robed man not far away. His meaning was clear. "I need it too," Chu Mu said with a smile. "All right, good luck." The cynical young man didn't mind. He turned around and left in a carefree manner. Chu Mu glanced at the black-robed man not far away. The other party's gaze was on him, carrying waves of coldness. The original price. Give me the memory crystal. The black-robed man seemed to float over. His voice was cold and deep, and his tone was very unyielding. 10 times. Chu Mu smiled faintly and said, if the other party was really willing to pay 10 times the price, Chu Mu wouldn't go back on his word and would really sell it to the other party. 10 times the price was 62 million high-grade origin crystals. It could be used to buy other Grandmaster-level alchemy techniques. Although it would take a little more time, he could still make a lot of money. Would the black-robed man pay 10 times the price to buy it? No, he wasn't a fool. Don't lose your life. The black-robed man left a threat and turned to leave the auction house. Chu Mu smiled and also walked out of the auction house. Would there be trouble? Judging from the black-robed man's meaning, there would definitely be. Should he be afraid? There was no need to be afraid. It was useless. He might as well face it. As soon as he walked out of the auction house, Chu Mu felt sharp gazes focused on him. They were filled with killing intent. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed and flew over from all directions like lightning. They appeared around Chu Mu and surrounded him. Judging from their auras, the black-robed man from the auction house wasn't among the 5 people. There were a total of 5 people. All of them were dressed in black tights. Their entire heads were covered, only revealing their eyes. They looked very mysterious. Each of them emitted a cold aura. What made Chu Mu feel at ease was that these 5 people weren't king-level powerhouses. As long as they weren't king-level powerhouses, he had nothing to fear. Without saying a word, the 5 black-clothed figures raised their hands, and a wisp of ghastly and fierce sword light shot into the sky. As soon as they attacked, they used 5 grade 3 sword skills with formidable might and ghastly and gloomy auras, and they charged over from 5 directions with formidable might. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu performed a defensive sword skill and remained as still as a mountain, allowing the 5 sword skills to bombard him. A terrifying explosion resounded in all directions. Dust flew everywhere. The 5 black-clothed men did not hold back at all. After using a grade 3 sword technique, they followed up with a series of attacks. They did not use any grade 4 sword skills. The tyrannical, immovable mountain did not break under the bombardment of the grade 3 sword skills. Seizing the moment of opportunity, Chu Mu fought back. A thunderstorm was launched. In an instant, a terrifying storm of hundreds of meters swept out madly. The sky was dark, and dark clouds covered the sky. Sand and stones were flying. All the dust and smoke were sucked in, darkening the color of the thunderstorm and making it look even more terrifying. The powerful suction force sucked in all directions. Everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was within the range of the suction force. Many people's faces changed greatly, and they quickly retreated. However, the 5 black-clothed men were too close. They had no time to dodge at all. Under the terrifying power of the thunderstorm, they were directly sucked in without any resistance. The power of the thunderstorm was really terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding onlookers were shocked. Under the terrifying power of the thunderstorm, the 5 black-clothed men were sucked into the thunderstorm and killed without leaving any bones behind. After killing the 5 black-clothed men, the power of the thunderstorm gradually dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the blue sky reappeared. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. A strong sense of crisis made Chu Mu's eyebrows tremble. Without hesitation, he used his body movement and sword skill, shocking rainbow, and disappeared in an instant. With a swoosh, a black-edged golden moon fell from the sky and slashed at the place where Chu Mu was originally standing. With a slight sound, the black moon cut open the hard ground and sank deeply into it. Its sharpness was terrifying. That was a grade 4 sword skill. Chu Mu appeared in the distance. He flew into the sky and slashed out with his sword in the sky. The person who attacked Chu Mu was the black-clothed man in the auction house before. He seized the opportunity when Chu Mu killed the 5 black-clothed men and wanted to kill Chu Mu with a sword. Fortunately, Chu Mu was alert and immediately used his body movement and sword skill to dodge, and then quickly counterattacked. The black-clothed man seemed to be weightless. He floated in the air like a ghost. His figure broke under the sky and turned into a shadow that exploded in all directions. In the distance, countless black shadows gathered and slashed out a black-edged golden moon. After attacking Chu Mu, the black-clothed man burst out and flew away. Chu Mu's sword had injured him. If he continued to fight, he would only be killed by Chu Mu. This was something he did not expect. Chu Mu's strength was so tyrannical. You can't escape. Chu Mu sneered secretly. He silently recited the formula and used the sword control technique. The no-return sword turned into a sword light and flew to his feet, carrying Chu Mu. He chased after the black-clothed man at an extremely fast speed. Sword control technique. In the crowd below, the cynical young man was startled at first, but then he revealed a smile. He seemed to understand Chu Mu's identity. The black-clothed man's speed was extremely fast. It seemed that he used some kind of secret method to be able to fly for a short time. Chu Mu could only follow him from a distance, because Chu Mu knew that the secret method could not last long. Although the sword control technique could not be used for a long time, it was not a secret method. With Chu Mu's current strength, he could support it for 2 hours. Could the black-clothed man's secret method last for 2 hours? Impossible. No secret method could last for 2 hours. Even if there was, no one could support it for so long. Sure enough, not long after, the black-clothed man in front of him shook and suddenly slowed down. The black-clothed man cursed in his heart. He was burning with anger. He wanted to stop and turn around to fight with Chu Mu. Unfortunately, he knew that once he stopped, death would be waiting for him. No one wanted to die. At least, they did not want to die like this. Therefore, he could only try his best to escape. Once he escaped, he would think about revenge. But he never thought that he would provoke a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. The symbol of the sword control technique was very obvious. The secret method's duration was up. The black-clothed man's body shook, and he could no longer support it. He fell down. He could only try his best to stabilize his body. The sword light changed direction and rapidly closed in on the black-robed man from afar. "Stop!" The black-clothed man stood up with difficulty and shouted weakly, "I don't want that alchemy method. Let's stop here." Chu Mu smiled. "To tell you the truth, I'm from the Black Jail. Although the Flying Heaven Pavilion is powerful, the Black Jail is not made of paper. If you kill me, the Black Jail will take revenge on you," the black-clothed man said. "Black Jail." Chu Mu had never heard of this force. However, even if it was one of the other 5 forces that dared to kill him, Chu Mu would not let them go, let alone a force of unknown origin. Without another word, under Chu Mu's sword finger, the non-returned sword emitted a sword light that flew out. With a speed that surpassed the limit, it instantly shot towards the black-robed man. Damn it! Angrily cursing, the black-robed man forced himself to explode. His figure flashed, and multiple shadows appeared. The instant they were hit by Chu Mu's sword light, they exploded. Streaks of black shadows rushed in all directions. In an instant, they reunited a few hundred meters away and transformed into a black ray of light that quickly left. Chu Mu could tell at a glance that the black-clothed man was at the end of his tether. Previously, he used a secret method to withstand his sword skill and was injured. Then, he used a secret method to escape. Now, he was hit by his sword-controlling art. Although he used a secret method to avoid it, his injuries were aggravated. He chased after the black-clothed man. With a sword finger on his left hand, the sword light flew out again. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 200 meters away and pierced through the black-clothed man. This time, he could no longer use a secret method to withstand it. The sword pierced through his back and pierced through his heart. The terrifying sword chi crushed his heart. The black-clothed man's body rushed forward dozens of meters due to inertia. He fell down and died. Chu Mu appeared beside the black-clothed man's body. He lifted his black robe and saw a pale face. His eyes were wide open, as if he died with grievances. Black prison, Chu Mu muttered. He had never heard of this organization, but it was normal. He came to the West Tiger Territory and stayed in the West Tiger City's Tianqiao clan for a short time before he became a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. After becoming a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, he had been staying in the Flying Heaven Pavilion to cultivate. It was only now that he went out to gain experience. Throwing this thought to the back of his mind, Chu Mu picked up the black-clothed man's space ring with his sword and directly penetrated it with his spiritual sense to check. There were some high-grade and middle-grade crystals, some medicinal pills, some medicinal herbs, some metal ores, and so on. Suddenly, Chu Mu was overjoyed. He actually found 2 medicinal herbs he needed in the black-clothed man's space ring. Although it was said that the higher the grade of the pill, the more medicinal herbs needed, there were always exceptions. There were a total of 6 medicinal herbs needed to refine the Great Development Pill. The most important one was sky ginger, and the second most important one was earthen root. The other 4 were used to supplement sky ginger and earthen root. Even so, each of them was still very precious. Chu Mu originally only had sky ginger, but now he had found 2 more. He was still missing 3, now that he had a Grandmaster level alchemy method. Chu Mu only needed to spend some time to absorb the memories and refine it again. He would familiarize himself with the 9 changes of the Heavenly Sun and raise his alchemy to the Grandmaster level. After consolidating his knowledge and gathering all the medicinal herbs, he would be able to refine the Great Development Pill immediately. As for the creation platform, in fact, no one knew when it would appear. It was said to appear once every 100 years, but that was just an imaginary number. It was usually 98 or 99 years. Some accurately said 100 years, while others said 100 years or 101 or 102 years. All in all, it fluctuated around 100 years. Once the creation platform appeared, the creation token would react. Chapter 954. He found a mountain and opened up a temporary cave dwelling. After laying down layers of seals, Chu Mu stayed inside and took out the memory crystal. The power of his spiritual sense spread out and enveloped the memory crystal, slowly seeping into it. When he sensed waves of information, Chu Mu knew that this information was the content of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations. He could choose whether to accept this information or not. If he accepted it, this memory crystal would be wasted. He had not hesitated to offend others to bid for this memory crystal. His goal was to obtain the alchemy technique within. After accepting the information immediately entered Chu Mu's mind through his spiritual sense. It turned into paragraphs of text and was absorbed by him. Chu Mu's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. Although there was a lot of information, it was not enough to burden him. Paragraphs of text appeared, and one technique after another appeared. They were simulated in his mind and were gradually grasped by Chu Mu. All the information in the memory crystal entered Chu Mu's mind. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the memory crystal in his hand, densely covering the entire memory crystal. Then it shattered in Chu Mu's palm. Exhaling, he closed his eyes and carefully read the information in his mind, feeling the changes of each technique. The 9 Heavenly Sun transformations. This name might have originated from the name of the Heavenly Sun, Saint Master. However, the name was not important. What was important was the content. There were 2 parts. One was the technique to extract the essence of the herbs, and the other was the technique to refine the pills. The 2 techniques were different, but they were generally similar. They were also divided into 9 paths, the so-called 9 transformations. The 9 transformations were divided into 3 stages. The first stage was called Rising Sun, the second stage was called Scorching Sun Noon, and the third stage was called Setting Sunday. The 3 stages corresponded to the 3 major transformations. They also corresponded to the entire process of extracting the essence of the herbs and refining the pills. One had to master the 3 major transformations before they could be successfully used in alchemy. The process of mastering them could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was to master the first small transformation of the 3 major transformations, which are the 1st, 4th, and 7th transformations of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations. The second stage was to master the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th transformations of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations. The third level was to grasp the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Sun 9 transformations. The reason for this was because the 3 major changes were the rising of the morning sun, the scorching noon sun, and the setting sun. When refining pills, there had to be a complete corresponding process. In this temporary cave, Chu Mu began to meditate, hoping to master the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations as soon as possible. After comprehending for a while, his hands moved according to the hand seals in his mind, forming a hand seal. At the same time, he used the profound meaning of fire. It felt as if Chu Mu's hands had turned into a small sun, rising slowly, emitting a golden red light that illuminated the land and the surroundings, bringing vitality. This was the first transformation of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations. As the morning sun rose, Chu Mu discovered that he could easily condense the first transformation's hand seal, but the second transformation was very difficult. He couldn't condense it in a short period of time. He knew that this was because his control of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations and his attainments in alchemy were not deep enough. Soon after, the hand seal changed and the morning sun rose. It was as if the real primordial morning sun was slowly rising. The temperature gradually rose, and the light gradually became stronger. It gradually turned from a golden red to a bright red. In the end, it was like the scorching noon sun, shining in the sky and releasing an astonishingly high temperature. When used in alchemy, it would be used in an emergency. This was the 4th transformation of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations. The scorching sun shone in the sky and then slowly set. The red color gradually turned from bright red to dim, and the temperature also dropped. It wasn't a real drop, but a restrained one. It went from high profile to low key. Finally, the 3rd hand seal was condensed and turned into the setting sun. From the morning sun to the scorching sun and then to the setting sun, it went through a complete cycle. It was also a complete process from the beginning to the end of alchemy. After using the 1st, 4th, and 7th transformations of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations, Chu Mu immediately felt that his understanding of the 9 Heavenly Sun transformations had deepened a little. he continued to cultivate and deepen his understanding. Chu Mu planned to master all 9 transformations of the 9 heavenly sun transformations as soon as possible before refining pills. In the sky, 100-meter-long flying ship slowly flew past. It was a battleship. The so-called battleship was an armed flying ship that had offensive power and could be used for battle. "Stop the battleship." A young man on the battleship suddenly spoke. The battleship's speed rapidly decreased, and soon after, it steadily stopped above the small mountain. "Young master, is there a problem?" An old man on the side asked. The young man didn't answer. Instead, he took out a sword-shaped token. The words on it were very ancient. Upon closer inspection, it was the word creation. It was actually a creation secret token. The creation secret token emitted a faint luster and vibrated slightly in the young man's hand. "Young master, this is—" The old man on the side was shocked. "That's right. There is another creation secret token nearby." The young swordsman's lips curled into a smile. There were a total of 100 creation secret tokens. There were only 100 of them in the entire West Tiger territory. It could be said that they were very precious, and everyone wanted to obtain one. Even if they couldn't use it, they could sell it for a great price. The young man had one himself. He didn't need it, but he still wanted to obtain more creation secret tokens. "That's great. As long as we get this creation secret token, Second Miss can also enter the creation heavenly platform." The old man also smiled excitedly. "Let Li-san and the others go down and search within a 10-mile radius," the young swordsman said. Once the creation secret tokens were close to each other, there would be a reaction. The young man was sure that it was within a 10-mile radius, but he didn't know the exact location. However, a 10-mile radius wasn't big at all. They could find it with some time. Immediately, 10 people flew down from the battleship and fell like meteorites. The battleship was only a few hundred meters above the ground. Although the divine condensation realm swordsman couldn't fly, falling from a height of a few hundred meters wouldn't be a problem as long as they were prepared and controlled well. The 10 of them landed on the mountain and spread out with the mountain as the center. They used their movement techniques and carefully searched within a 10-mile radius. Their divine senses swept out like a tide and searched carefully. After searching around, they didn't find anything. The 10 divine condensation realm swordsmen gathered on the mountain again. Their divine senses also found a seal fluctuation in the small mountain. Could it be coming from here? Immediately, the 10 divine condensation realm swordsmen gathered at the entrance of the cave and attacked to break the seal. When the young man took out the creation secret token, Chu Mu also felt the token vibrate slightly. The Grand Pavilion elder had told him about this before. This was a sign of other creation secret tokens appearing within a 10-mile radius. Having one creation secret token was enough. Chu Mu didn't want to obtain a second one. However, just because he didn't want a second one didn't mean that others didn't want one. It was no wonder. Chu Mu was cultivating the 9 heavenly sun transformations and was at a critical moment. His mind was focused on the 9 heavenly sun transformations, and he didn't think too deeply about it. It wasn't until the seal outside the cave was attacked that Chu Mu woke up. "Who are you people?" Chu Mu frowned slightly. "The creation secret token is on you. Hand it over and we'll spare your life." 2 of the 10 swordsmen spoke without any trace of politeness and murderous intent. As long as Chu Mu didn't agree, they would draw their swords and kill Chu Mu. What arrogance! Chu Mu immediately sneered. The non-returned sword was unsheathed and turned into a sharp swordlight that shot out. He directly used the sword controlling technique. Through continuous cultivation, his mastery of the sword controlling technique had deepened and he had become more proficient. Now he could quickly use it. Chu Mu's attack was too sudden and exceeded the expectations of the 10 divine condensation realm swordsmen. The protective sword aura on their bodies was directly penetrated. The non-returned sword's sharpness was astonishing. The profound of wind and the profound of metal were fused on the non-returned sword. The peak of the 8th Revolution's sword intent was poured into the non-returned sword, making it extremely sharp. Each of them was wearing an inner armor that was at the royal grade. However, they couldn't withstand the sharpness of the non-returned sword. Under the sword controlling technique, the sword pierced through 3 of them. Their hearts were directly crushed by the profound power and sword intent. Only then did the other 7 swordsmen react. What awaited them was the sword controlling technique and Chu Mu's close combat. Once the ice sword technique was used, the profound of ice was revealed. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped, causing each of them to shiver. Their reactions were delayed for a moment, but it was enough to determine life and death. These 10 swordsmen's cultivation had reached the peak of the divine condensation realm, but their strength wasn't high. They could only use a human-grade, 2 advanced sword technique. Facing Chu Mu, they were like a flock of sheep facing a fierce tiger. When a tiger entered a flock of sheep, the result was very clear. From the moment Chu Mu used the sword controlling technique to the moment the 10 divine condensation realm swordsmen were all killed, the entire process was extremely short. It didn't even take 3 breaths of time. After killing the 10 divine condensation realm swordsmen, Chu Mu quickly took away their space rings. At the same time, he used the heaven-seizing technique and the divine slaughter weapon to rob them of their cultivation talent. After that, he used the sword-controlling technique and turned into a sword light. He quickly rushed out of the cave and left. Li 30 and the others have been killed. The secret token of fortune should be on that person. That's the sword-controlling technique. He's a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Capture him and get the secret token of fortune. Interrogate him for the cultivation method of the sword-controlling technique. The young man's lips curled into a cold smile as he gave the order without hesitation. But, young master, he's a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. The old man next to him said hesitantly, the Flying Heaven Pavilion is not an organization our Li family can afford to offend. The Flying Heaven Pavilion's disciple does indeed have a strong background. However, as long as we do it cleanly, the Flying Heaven Pavilion won't know. The young man was still insistent. Yes, young master. I'll immediately have Zhao Qian take action and capture the Flying Heaven Pavilion's disciple alive, the old man said. After 10 breaths of time, a figure flew out from the warship at an extremely fast speed. It flew through the air and quickly chased after Chu Mu on his sword-controlling technique. This time, it was actually a sort of Gojosian. Faced with the pursuit of a king realm master, Chu Mu was in danger. Chapter 955. The speed of the sword of Gojosian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed the speed of sound. It tore through the sky and chased after Chu Mu. From the time Chu Mu used the imperial sword technique to the time the warship sent out a sword of Gojosian to chase after him, only 30 breaths of time had passed. Chu Mu, who used the imperial sword technique, was extremely fast. In an instant, he had surpassed the speed of sound and had already flown 10,000 meters away. However, the speed of the sword of Gojosian behind him was even faster. It was rapidly closing in. With a thought, Chu Mu had a plan. He quickly took out a golden vein blood-yang pill and placed it in his mouth. Deshang used the burning blood transformation. The essence blood that had gathered together immediately collided and burned. A faint blood-red color was emitted from Chu Mu's body and enveloped his entire body. It looked like a burning flame. A tyrannical power gushed out from his body like lava. A blazing and powerful feeling instantly enveloped his entire body. In an instant, Chu Mu's speed increased. The sword light was also covered in a faint blood-red color. Its speed increased threefold. He quickly pulled away from the sword of Gojosian behind him. Zhao Qian's speed was faster, than when Chu used the imperial sword technique. However, he was slower than when Deshang used the burning blood transformation. He was in between the two. From this point, even if Zhao Qian was a sword of Gojosian, he was only a low-level sword of Gojosian among the swords of Gojosian. In other words, he was only a 1-star to 3-star sword of Gojosian. Zhao Qian, who was originally about to catch up to Chu, narrowed his eyes and stared at the blood-red sword light that was rapidly moving away. He was not anxious at all. He could see that his opponent had used some kind of secret technique. It could not be maintained for long. Once the secret technique's duration was up, he would be able to quickly catch up to his opponent and catch him as easily as blowing off dust. The warship did not chase after him because the direction they were heading in was the opposite direction of Chumu's escape. They also believed that a sword of Gojosian could easily chase after a divine condensation realm swordsman. At most, it would only take a bit more time. The Li clan's young master had obtained a good fortune, token by chance. Now that he had encountered a second one, he naturally wanted to obtain it. He originally thought that there were only 100 good fortune tokens in the Western Tiger Territory. There were only a few hundred good fortune tokens, but he did not think that he would run into them. Of Gojosian, Deshang used burning blood transformation. Of Chu was of Go. Of Gojosian chased. His goal was very simple. He would use burning blood transformation to increase his speed. He would quickly distance himself from the sword of Gojosian and buy himself enough time. He did not need much time. 20 breaths of time would be enough. 20 breaths of time was not long at all. He had to grasp the appropriate distance. Chu had previously sensed the sword of Gojosian's speed. Comparing it with his current speed and calculating the distance between them, he quickly came to a conclusion. Suddenly, Chu stopped and dispelled burning blood transformation. He swallowed the golden vein blood yang elixir to replenish the large amount of blood essence he had consumed. At the same time, he activated the divine wilderness sword art. The heavenly wilderness sword essence in his body began to flow in a peculiar manner. It gradually condensed in a spiral manner. That's right. Chu knew that competing in speed with the sword of Gojosian was unwise. Therefore, he used Deshang's burning blood transformation to increase his speed. His goal was to increase the distance between him and the sword of Gojosian. With the sword of Gojosian's speed, he would need 20 breaths of time to catch up if he did not use any secret techniques. And Chu wanted to make use of this time to display the divine wilderness sword art. Ever since he started cultivating the divine wilderness sword art, the time he needed to display it had been constantly shortened. Now he only needed 20 breaths of time. Although it was still constant, it was much better than the 60 breaths he needed at the beginning. Time passed breath by breath. The sword of Gojosian's speed was extremely fast. As time passed, the heavenly wilderness sword essence in Chumu's body continued to condense. Its color gradually deepened and its density continued to increase. It became increasingly viscous and pure. Other than the divine wilderness sword art, Chu also had a life-saving method. It was given to him by the third palace master of the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace. It could only be used 3 times, and according to the third palace master, it could be used in an unexpected manner to kill a low-level sword saint. Of course, it could also be used as a defensive method to block an attack from a low-level sword saint. Note that it was an Eternal Ancient Realm sword saint and not a Nirvana Realm false saint. Using a life-saving method that could kill a low-level sword saint to kill a low-level sword of Gojosian? Anyone with a brain would not do that. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Unless there was really no other way, one would only do that as a last resort. Other than the life-saving method left behind by the third palace master, Chu also had the Peak 9 Revolutions, Sword Intent, and the Divine Wilderness, Sword Art. If a single trump card was not enough to kill the opponent, then the power of the divine wilderness sword art and the peak 9 revolutions, sword intent and profound, would be even more tyrannical. At that time, if he was still unable to deal with the opponent, then he would consider using the life-saving method left behind by the third palace master. That would be the final counterattack. As for the undying sword, not long ago, because of Chu Mu's comprehension, the undying sword intent had been exhausted and the undying sword had automatically shattered. The heavenly wilderness sword essence was gradually condensing into an even more tyrannical divine wilderness sword essence. Chu Mu's muscles tensed up and were filled with a terrifying, explosive power. A powerful aura was constantly emitted from his body, swirling up a cyclone around him. It was as if a storm was about to descend. Zhao Qian, who was rapidly approaching, felt the increasingly tyrannical aura emitted from Chu Mu's body. His originally playful face turned serious. He released the power of his divine sense and enveloped Chu Mu's body. He could clearly feel a tyrannical power gathering in Chu Mu's body and constantly increasing. It was the sword essence. What kind of secret technique is this? Zhao Qian's heart trembled. He knew that some secret techniques could increase one's strength, but he had never heard of any secret technique that could increase the strength of the sword essence so greatly. If I can obtain this secret technique... Zhao Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. His mission was to capture Chu Mu alive. Now he had an additional thought and wanted to force the secret technique out of him. As he rapidly approached, Zhao Qian did not directly attack. Instead, he wanted to approach Chu Mu and engage in close combat to capture Chu Mu alive. It had to be said that his decision was extremely foolish. If he released a sword technique to attack Chu Mu from afar, he might be able to threaten Chu Mu. With a boom, it was as if there was thunder rumbling in his body. The terrifying golden divine wilderness sword essence rushed through his meridians. Although it was subtle, the aura was like a tsunami. The tyrannical power flowed through his body. It was as if he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. This feeling was simply too great. He did not indulge in it because Chu Mu knew that the divine wilderness sword technique consumed the sword essence very quickly and could not be maintained for long. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. With a move of his body, he flew towards Zhao Qian. His speed was about the same as when he used the imperial sword technique. Seeing that Chu Mu did not escape and instead flew towards him, Zhao Qian grinned. His eyes were filled with ridicule. In his opinion, a mere divine condensation realm swordsman, no matter how outstanding his talent was or how strong his strength was, against a veteran 2-star sword of Gojosian, there was only death. Zhao Qian was very confident in his own strength. Although he was only a 2-star sword of Gojosian, at this level his foundation was very solid. As this thought flashed through his mind, the two approached each other. They were so close that they could see the coldness in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Chu Mu's speed suddenly increased. Although it was not 10 times faster, it was at least 5 times faster. Like an aurora, he rushed towards Zhao Qian, causing Zhao Qian's pupils to shrink. As expected of a 2-star sword of Gojosian, he surpassed Chu Mu in every aspect. It was the same in terms of perception and reaction. Zhao Qian subconsciously moved to the side. At the same time, he struck out with his sword. The sword light split apart, and like a storm it attacked. It densely covered the space in front of him, as if it wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. But every strike of Zhao Qian's missed. In a flash, an extremely sharp sword light seemed to cut through time and space. It caused him to feel a chill as he hurriedly retracted his sword to block. When they collided, a terrifying shockwave exploded. Zhao Qian felt his arm go numb as a terrifying shockwave attacked him. He could not help but fly backwards. What shocked him even more was that there was a sharp edge. It was a sword intent. This sword intent had actually surpassed the limit of the 8th revolution. 9th revolution. This word jumped into his mind and almost stunned Zhao Qian. At this moment, Chu Mu burst out with all his strength. Using the imperial sword technique, the no-return sword was green and gold. It pierced through the sky and shot towards Zhao Qian's head. At the same time, another sword appeared in Chu Mu's hand. He held it with both hands and raised it high. It was as if all his strength was poured into it as he slashed down, breaking through the clouds to see the blue sky. This was the sword that Chu Mu had poured all his strength into. It was his most powerful sword. The sword intent of the Ninth Revolution, the four profound meanings of the Ninth Revolution, and the divine wilderness sword essence were all poured into the sword. Compared to usual, it was more than 100 times stronger. Wherever the dark, gold waning moon passed, space was directly split open. A faint black light appeared and emitted a terrifying power that caused Zhao Qian's heart to palpitate. In the face of this sword, all resistance paled in comparison. His expression changed greatly as despair gushed out from his heart. He was shrouded by the shadow of death. In the final resistance, all his strength exploded out. He immediately suffered internal injuries. He raised his sword to block, but his sword was shattered. The protective sword aura on his body was directly shattered. His body was even torn apart by the terrifying power as the sky broke through the clouds to see the blue sky. The no-return sword was brought back to Zhao Qian's interspatial ring. Chu Mu grabbed it and activated the divine slaughter weapon at the same time to absorb all kinds of negative energy. He used the imperial sword technique and left without hesitation. The imperial sword technique under the divine wilderness sword technique was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The moment Zhao Qian was killed, the people on the warship were shocked. The young master of the Leaf family immediately gave the order, and the warship was immediately activated. It changed direction and quickly flew over. Chapter 956. The battleship was moving at full speed, reaching 10 times the speed of sound. It tore through the sky in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an afterimage. It didn't take long for it to reach the place where Zhao Qian and Chu Mu had fought. The battleship stopped, and the old man flew out to the place where Zhao Qian had been killed. He carefully sensed the remaining energy, fluctuations, and frowned. They were quite far away before, so they couldn't see it. They only felt a terrifying energy fluctuation explode, and then Zhao Qian's life aura disappeared. After sensing it, the old man returned to the battleship. Young master, this disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion killed Zhao Qian with a life-saving trump card. The power of that attack can threaten the Samsung sword of Gojoseon, the old man said. Chase, the young master of the Leaf family said without hesitation. Whether it was the secret order of good fortune, the sword control technique of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, or Zhao Qian's death, he had to catch up with Chu Mu, capture him alive, take the secret order of good fortune, and force the sword control technique out of him. The sword control technique was a secret sword technique unique to the Flying Heaven Pavilion. The other 4 forces also wanted to get their hands on it. Once he got it, he could cultivate it himself or offer it to one of the forces in exchange for their protection. No matter what, he had to capture the disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Once the warship was activated, its speed was shockingly fast. It instantly broke through the air and chased after Chu Mu. It was even faster than Chu Mu's riding sword flight. Unless Chu Mu was a king rank, his riding sword flight would not be faster than this warship under the divine, desolate sword art state. He had planned to leave this place as quickly as possible in this state, but the battleship was still catching up. Gradually, Chu Mu could feel the battleship's aura. Suddenly, he felt like he was being locked on. A strong sense of danger emerged from the depths of his soul. It was as if a terrifying attack that could destroy him in an instant would appear behind him at any time. The attack didn't come, and it only locked onto him. Chu Mu's scalp went numb and goosebumps rose all over his body. It felt like a sword was placed on his neck, and it could be swiped to end his life at any time. But it didn't move. It was enough to threaten him. As the battleship rapidly approached, Chumu also realized that the situation was dire. He knew that with his current speed, there was no way he could escape the pursuit of the battleship. Since that was the case, he could only give it his all. In the end, he would just have to use one of his life-saving methods. It was better than being killed. Then he took out several tens of thousands of high-grade primal crystals and crushed them. They transformed into an incomparably dense primal chi and enveloped the surroundings. Then he inhaled like a whale inhaling water. He absorbed all the primal chi into his body and quickly transformed it into sword essence to replenish his consumption. The sword light turned and flew towards a battleship at full speed. Controlling the flying sword, it was very agile. It moved left and right, constantly adjusting to avoid being locked on by the battleship. Chumu found that as long as he quickly dodged, he could escape the lock-on, although he would be locked on again very quickly. As long as he kept dodging irregularly, the lock-on would not be able to catch up. For Chumu, it was not difficult to dodge constantly, but the feeling of being locked on made his scalp tingle. It was very uncomfortable. Inside the battleship, the young master of the Lee family and the old man were very surprised to see Chumu's speed and dodging. This disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion is very powerful. The old man said with a serious face, "His speed is much faster than an ordinary low-grade sword of Gojoseon. He must have used some kind of secret method or life-saving method. Young master, since you have already become enemies with him, I suggest that you kill him directly and take the secret of good fortune token to avoid any more trouble," the old man said. "Don't worry. After we capture him alive, not only can we get the secret of good fortune token, but we can also force him to tell us the sword controlling technique and the secret method he cultivates. After that, we can kill him." The young master of the Lee family waved his hand and said confidently. Hearing this, the old man smiled bitterly. He knew the young master's personality very well. He was talented and ambitious. Very good, but his weakness was that he was conceited. Once the young master made a decision, even the head of the family could not change it, let alone the old man. The only thing he could do was to capture the disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion and ensure that the news would not leak out after he was killed. He swung his sword and used the sword skill, Thundercloud Storm. It was also a storm of several hundred meters, but it was black in color. There were countless bolts of lightning and flames bursting out of it. The dark clouds in the sky made it look like the end of the world. What a powerful sword skill. It's obviously just a profound sword skill, but it's enough to kill a 2-star sword of Gojoseon. The old man was shocked. Young master, this disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion probably has some kind of secret treasure that can increase the power of the sword skill by dozens of times. No, that's not right. The sword intent and profound meaning contained in this sword skill. After carefully sensing it, the old man's face suddenly changed. The limit of the 9th revolution. It's actually the limit of the 9th revolution. The limit of the 9th revolution. The young master of the Lee family's face also changed greatly. Impossible. How can someone's sword intent and profound meaning be tempered to the limit of the 9th revolution? That's absolutely impossible. He must have some kind of powerful secret treasure on him that can increase the limit of sword intent and profound meaning. Definitely. The young master of the Lee family was almost gnashing his teeth as he said this. His face was flushed with excitement. He never thought that discovering a good fortune secret token would actually lead to him obtaining a powerful secret treasure. He estimated that the sword intent and profound meaning of this disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion was at most at the limit of the 8th revolution. That secret treasure could actually directly increase it to a whole new level, reaching the limit of the 9th revolution. The young master of the Lee family was trembling all over. Get it? No matter what, he had to get that secret treasure. It was definitely a secret treasure that was not inferior to the good fortune secret token. He did not think about it. What if that secret treasure was a one-time use item? The old man forced himself to calm down. He felt that it was very tricky. The status of a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion was not low. With so many secret treasures and secret techniques, as well as the good fortune secret token, his status in the Flying Heaven Pavilion was definitely not low. At the very least, he was highly valued. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. He could only continue. The thunderstorm, whose power had been increased by 100 times, bombarded the battleship in an instant. It sucked the battleship in and frantically strangled it. The battleship kept shaking, but the seal on it firmly protected the battleship. The main cannon of this battleship could kill a low-level sword of Gojosian, and the seal could defend against the low-level sword of Gojosian's attack. The thunderstorm, which was 100 times more powerful, was equivalent to the attack of an ordinary 2-star sword of Gojosian, but it still could not shake the defense of the battleship. Without hesitation, Chumu once again performed the sword skill. Breaking clouds to see clear sky, the dark golden moon slashed out. The power of this sword was more powerful than the thunderstorm. Under 100 times increase, it was 30% more powerful than the thunderstorm. It was a terrifying sword skill that could threaten an ordinary Samsung, sword of Gojosian. After many experiments by Chumu, the breaking clouds to see clear sky sword skill and the thunderstorm sword skill could be used in combination. Chumu did not name the sword skill casually. The name was related to the essence of the sword skill. What was the thunderstorm? One would know at a glance. What was the breaking clouds to see clear sky? As the name implied, it was tearing the dark clouds in the sky to see the clear sky. The thunderstorm contained the profound meaning of clouds. The breaking clouds to see clear sky also contained the profound meaning of clouds. First perform the thunderstorm, then perform the breaking clouds to see clear sky. Breaking the thunderstorm would make the power of the breaking clouds to see clear sky increase a little. In the normal state, it was only about 20%, not much. However, under 100 times increase, 20% was very obvious. In an instant, the thunderstorm was broken by the dark golden moon. The dark golden moon slashed towards the battleship, and its speed increased. This sword was enough to seriously injure, or even kill the Samsung sword of Gojosian. As expected, the defense on the warship was instantly broken through by the dark golden moon wheel. As the dark golden moon wheel collapsed, Chumu unleashed another sword attack. Similarly, it broke through the clouds and revealed the blue sky. Meanwhile, he rode on his sword light and rapidly advanced, following closely behind the dark golden moon wheel. In the battleship, the old man's face suddenly changed. He quickly rushed out of the battleship and drew a circle in front of him with his sword. Waves rippled out and hit the dark golden moon. The speed of the dark golden moon suddenly decreased, and in a flash, it disintegrated little by little. A sword light sped past and rushed into the battleship. The old man knew that it was a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, so he did not stop it. At this moment, he could not stop it. However, the other people on the battleship were enough to stop it. Chumu's divine consciousness swept out and locked onto the young swordsman in the battleship. Intuition told him that this person was the most important person on this battleship. He also felt the aura of the secret order of creation on him. In a flash, several figures rushed over. The aura they exuded told Chumu that these people were all at the same level as the sword of Gojosian. The earth-grade sword skills they displayed made Chumu feel a fatal danger. His figure quickly retreated. Deshang used the burning blood change again. His essence and blood collided and burned, and a strong power surged out of his body and attacked Chumu. The power was stronger, and the speed was faster. The sword light turned blood red with a layer of gold. He waved his sword and used the defensive sword skill Immovable Mountain. In an instant, he blocked the bombardment of the Earth grade sword skills. Then he used the body movement sword skill, Startling Rainbow. His speed suddenly increased by many times. It was unbelievably fast. He flew past the few Sword of Gojosian before they could react. The Sword of Gojosian also broke the protective sword aura of one of the Sword of Gojosian and slit his throat. The terrifying Sword Chi and sword will twisted his neck. The other Sword of Gojosian quickly reacted and chased after him. The old man also completely destroyed the dark golden moon and chased after him with his sword. The old man was the strongest. He was an intermediate Sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu had no confidence to fight against him. Without hesitation, Chu Mu once again released the move Breaking Clouds, Clear Sky. He slashed at the battleship. At the same time, he took out a sword that was entrenched in his spiritual world. A bleak and desolate aura suddenly spread out. It was as if the world was being eroded by this aura. This was one of the 3 sword wills that the third palace master had left for Chu Mu. It was the desolate sky sword will. It directly locked onto the old man and the other Sword of Gojosian, causing them to tremble. Their faces changed greatly and their souls trembled. The aura of death spread out, and they did not dare to move at all. The battleship was forcibly torn apart by the dark golden moon. Chu Mu exploded with all his strength. He turned into a golden red sword light and quickly turned around to leave. Chapter 9, 57. The 100-meter-long battleship was shattered and split into 2 halves by the dark golden moon. Many people on the battleship were hit by the dark golden moon and died immediately. The young master of the Li family inside the battleship was shocked. He instantly rushed out of the battleship and fell down. The old man reacted in time and quickly flew over to grab the young master's arm. With a rumbling sound, the 2 halves of the battleship fell faster and finally landed on the ground. A huge roar sounded and the earth shook. Dust flew up hundreds of meters high like a huge wave. The young master of the Li family was livid. Half of it was because of anger, and the other half was because of shock. The old man's face was gloomy, and the Sword of Gojosian were also full of anger. They had a mid-level Sword of Gojosian, several low-level Sword of Gojosian, and a battleship that could kill a low-level Sword of Gojosian, but 2 low-level Sword of Gojosian were killed by a swordsman in the divine condensation realm. The battleship was torn apart, and even the young master almost died. While they were furious, they also felt a lingering fear. If it were not for the fact that the disciple from the Flying Sky Pavilion was unwilling to use that terrifying sword intent, they would probably have lost their lives here. This feeling of anger and relief made them very sullen and uncomfortable. Chase? Of course they would chase. But the problem was that they could not catch up. The battleship was destroyed. With their speed, they could not compete with the other party. Of course, they also knew that the other party could not last long if he used his secret method. If they wanted to chase, they could still catch up. The problem was that terrifying and barren sword that was emitting a terrifying aura. They did not know what level the sword was at. The only thing they were sure of was that the sword could kill them in an instant without any resistance. Even the old man of the mid-level Sword of Gojosian could not do it. A high-level Sword of Gojosian facing that sword would probably die, who did not cherish their own life. Even if the young master ordered them to chase and kill, they would probably find an opportunity to return after chasing for a while and fabricate an excuse that they had lost track of them. Damn it! Young Master Li's face was livid. He gritted his teeth and his heart was filled with hatred. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. The losses were too great. 1 warship, 2 low-grade Sword of Gojosian, but he did not gain anything. He had almost died. Disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Li Tao drew his sword and swung it in all directions, causing cracks to appear on the ground around him. After a while, he finally stopped. "I won't let you get away with this." The old man shook his head inwardly. He had more considerations. First of all, he didn't even know the other party's name. It would be difficult to track him down. Secondly, although the Li family was not weak, they were still nothing compared to the Flying Heaven Pavilion. That Flying Heaven Pavilion disciple had so many tricks up his sleeves. He must be a genius disciple that was highly valued in the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Once he returned to the Flying Heaven Pavilion and decided to deal with the Li family would definitely be in danger. We must return as soon as possible and report this matter to the Patriarch, the old man secretly said. Without the warship, they could only rely on the sword of Gojoseon to carry Li Tao through the air. Their speed naturally could not be compared to riding on a warship. The golden red sword light pierced through the air. In the next moment, the blood-red color disappeared. Forcefully enduring the discomfort in his body, Chu Mu took out a golden vein blood-yang pill and consumed it. The medicinal effect dissolved, and the feeling of lacking blood essence in his body was alleviated and gradually replenished. Immediately, the sword light fell to the ground. His divine sense swept out in all directions to see if there was any danger. After confirming that there was no danger, he released the divine desolate sword art. The remaining divine desolate sword essence was decomposed into sky desolate sword essence. Withdrawing his divine sense, he opened the beast space and summoned Bawang. The moment Bawang came out, it immediately ran around Chu Mu happily. Although the beast space was good and could allow its strength to continue growing, how could it be as spacious as the outside? All right, I'm going to prepare to recover. Watch over me from the side. Chu Mu patted Bawang's head as it came over to express its affection. The aura emitted from Bawang's body was even stronger than before. It had definitely reached the level of an extreme god condensation realm swordsman. It was even stronger than the average extreme god condensation realm swordsman. Chu Mu sat down cross-legged, took out a pill and swallowed it. He then took out tens of thousands of high-grade origin crystals and crushed them. The rich and pure origin chi wrapped around him and absorbed it to recover his sword essence. The battle just now was really too dangerous. First, he used Deshang's burning blood transformation to open up the distance between him and the sword of Gojoseon. Then he used the divine wilderness sword of Gojoseon to instantly explode and kill his opponent by surprise. If not for the fact that his opponent did not think highly of him and treated him as an opponent of the same level, it would have been difficult for him to kill the sword of Gojoseon. After that, he was chased by the warship. From the looks of it, they were planning to capture him alive. Otherwise, if the warship's main cannon bombarded him, he would most likely die and turn into ashes. Dangerous. It was simply too dangerous. Fortunately, Chu Mu used all his strength and finally destroyed the warship, causing them to lose the ability to continue chasing him. Because he had used the divine wilderness sword intent to threaten the sword of Gojoseon and then forcefully retracted it, it had placed a huge burden on Chu Mu's mind. He had almost collapsed, and now he had a splitting headache. Furthermore, the royal grade sword had been damaged because of the divine wilderness sword essence. It was rusty and had become a piece of scrap metal. There was no other way. The corrosive power of the divine wilderness sword essence was too strong. Even the royal grade sword could not withstand it. Fortunately, Chu Mu did not use the sword of no return to attack. Otherwise, the sword of no return would have been destroyed. After a while, Chu Mu recovered. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that it was because he had used the burning blood transformation twice in a short period of time. The first time he used it, he needed a period of time to get used to it. Before he could get used to it, Chu Mu would use it a second time, causing his body to feel uncomfortable. However, he only needed a bit of time to get used to it, and the discomfort would disappear. The Western Tiger territory was very large. Chu Mu did not know where it was. However, he had come out to gain experience, so he did not need to care too much about it. He would go wherever he went. Riding on Bawang, he patted Bawang's neck, and Bawang immediately began to run. Bawang had wings and could fly after spreading them out. However, if he carried Chu-Mu, his flying speed would be reduced. Running on the ground of the Western Tiger Territory, Bawang was very happy. Not long after, Chu-Mu and Bawang encountered a strong enemy. A group of primordial fierce beasts surrounded them. Clearly, they treated Chu-Mu and Bawang as food. Chu-Mu and Bawang attacked at the same time and engaged in a life and death battle with a group of primordial fierce beasts. In the end, they killed all the primordial fierce beasts. Bawang was also constantly devouring and accumulating his energy. Bawang's evolution could accumulate energy through constant devouring. After accumulating to the limit, it would undergo a transformation and its strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Many years had passed since the last time it evolved. Although it would be in a state of deep sleep in the Warby space and would not be hungry, now that it had woken up, its appetite was great. When Bawang swallowed the food that entered its body, it would immediately be converted into energy and would not feel full. Therefore, after this group of primordial fierce beasts were killed, they all became Bawang's food. The negative aura on their corpses also became the nourishment for the growth of Chu-Mu's Kamihira sword embryo. Chu-Mu spread out his spiritual sense. If he sensed the aura of a king-level beast, he would avoid it early. If it was a beast below king level, he would directly kill it. The negative aura would be absorbed and the flesh and blood would be devoured by Bawang, accumulating the energy needed for evolution. Fighting with primordial fierce beasts was also a kind of experience. Although some of the primordial fierce beasts were not king level, their strength was still very terrifying. With Chu-Mu's strength, it was not easy to kill them. Fortunately, with Bawang's cooperation, they were able to kill them quickly. Day after day passed, the sun rose and the moon set. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. Other than the primordial fierce beasts, they did not encounter any other humans in this barren forest. At this time, in front of Chu-Mu and Bawang, there was a wolf with 2 heads. One head had red eyes and the other head had ice blue eyes. Ice-fire double-headed wolf. The ice-fire double-headed wolf was a type of primordial fierce beast with a strong bloodline. Its battle strength was astonishing. Chu-Mu was on the left and Bawang on the right. They were facing off against the ice-fire double-headed wolf. The ice-fire double-headed wolf had simple intelligence. It understood that the 2 enemies in front of it were also very strong and could not be underestimated. After a moment of confrontation, the ice-fire double-headed wolf's intelligence was not high. It lost its patience and attacked first. The 2 wolf heads opened their mouths. Fiery red and icy blue streams of air converged in their mouths and were instantly spat out. They transformed into a stream of fire and an icy stream, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature and icy coldness that respectively charged towards Chu-Mu and the tyrant. This was the ice-fire double-headed wolf's unique power of fire and ice. Its power was very terrifying and was not inferior to a 3rd-grade sword skill of a swordsman. Chu-Mu and Bawang moved separately and dodged. Chu-Mu flew towards the ice-fire double-headed wolf, the no-return sword slashing from the side. Bawang suddenly jumped up and fell from the sky. Its tail pierced forward like a peerless sword, wanting to pierce through the ice-fire double-headed wolf. The ice-fire double-headed wolf clawed out with its sharp claws, wanting to tear Chu-Mu apart. Chu-Mu blocked with his sword. When the claws collided with the no-return sword, he activated the mountain's shaking energy and bounced the claws away. At the same time, Chu-Mu borrowed the force of the rebound to send out his sword. The sword was covered in a dark golden luster, and a peerless sharpness shot out, slashing towards the ice-fire double-headed wolf. It was too fast and too powerful. Under this sword, it broke through everything and directly cut off one of the ice-fire double-headed wolf's heads. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The injured ice-fire double-headed wolf couldn't dodge Bawang's tail. Its other head was instantly pierced. Its body twitched and let out a mournful cry. The two heads were the gates of life. With one broken and the other pierced, it was basically crippled. Not long after, the ice-fire two-headed wolf died. Chu Mu used the slaughter divine weapon to absorb the negative energy, while Bawang began to devour the corpse. The sword just now was a 4th grade sword skill that Chu Mu had recently created after constantly fighting with vicious beasts. It could be said that it was based on the Clear Sky sword skill. It used Clear Sky sword skill in close combat, first blocking and then instantly counterattacking. It was a defensive counterattack sword skill, and its power was even stronger than Clear Sky sword skill. It was named Clear Sky Flash. Chapter 958. Block and Counterattack. The dark gold sword light was extremely sharp. It contained the mountain-quaking energy and 4 profound meanings. Its sharpness was even sharper, and its cutting power was astonishing. It flashed as if it could break through space. It was extremely bright and beautiful. 4th grade defensive counterattack, sword technique, cloud break flash. As he went through life and death battles, Chu Mu's mastery of the cloud break flash grew deeper and deeper. His grasp of timing became more and more exquisite. Defensive counterattack sword techniques were different from direct attack sword techniques. It focused more on timing. It could only be used at the most appropriate and critical moment to have a miraculous effect and kill a strong enemy. Defense and counterattack sword skills were all about blocking first and then counterattacking. Blocking was about technique. If one was knocked away by the opponent, one would not be able to counterattack. Counterattacking was about timing. At the moment of blocking, there would be a powerful recoil. When one leaned back, one would have to adjust one's posture and the angle of the sword. It had to be stable and then bounce back in an instant. Combining the sword intent, the 4 profound powers, the mountain-shaking energy, and the sword yuan into one, it would explode in an instant. With the strongest explosive power and the fastest speed, one would throw out a sword attack. This was the Cloud Break Flash. Cloud Break Flash, because of the integration of the mountain-quaking energy, was far more powerful than Cloud Break Sky Sea. It could be considered a powerful sword technique between a 4th grade and a 5th grade sword technique. It was powerful, but its weakness was that it could only be used in close combat. He had a long-range attack, sword technique, a defensive counterattack, sword technique, a purely defensive sword technique, and a sword technique for body movement. He had basically achieved all of these aspects. The powerful silver knife mantis was beheaded by Chu Mu's Cloud Break Flash. Its corpse fell to the ground and was still twitching. It showed the powerful vitality of an immemorial beast. The slaughter god weapon was activated. A wisp of gray air floated out of the silver knife mantis corpse and was absorbed by Chu Mu to nourish his sword embryo. Yesterday, Bawang had swallowed enough immemorial beast flesh to transform into a blood-red cocoon and evolve once again. Chu Mu knew that when Bawang broke out of the cocoon, his strength would change dramatically. At that time, he would enter the king level. All in all, Chu Mu was quite satisfied with the results of this period of training. Every day, he had fought against powerful ancient beasts and was even chased by powerful king-level beasts. He had walked on the edge of life and death, stimulated his potential, and created a defensive counterattack sword skill, Cloud Breaking Flash. He had also obtained some elixirs. Now he only had the earth root left to refine the great amplification pill. Bawang had accumulated enough energy to break out of the cocoon once more. The Kamihira sword embryo continued to absorb negative energy and gradually grew. Now it had reached the level of a high-grade sword. In terms of hardness and toughness, it was comparable to an ordinary top-grade sword. Its potential was astonishing. His figure flashed, and he left the silver knife mantis corpse to avoid attracting more powerful immemorial beasts. After stopping, he reached into his chest and took out the secret order of fortune. Because of this secret order of fortune, when he was in a life or death situation last time, he was lucky to have shown his trump card decisively and killed a powerful enemy. He also deterred an even more powerful enemy and destroyed their battleship to escape. Secret Order of Fortune. Heavenly Platform of Fortune. When will it open? Chu Mu murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Suddenly, the Secret Order of Fortune reacted as if it had heard Chu Mu's voice. It buzzed and emitted a faint light, which surprised Chu Mu. Could it be that a second creation secret order has appeared within 10 miles? Chu Mu had a deep impression of the last pursuit. Suddenly, the light on the Secret Order of Fortune separated and condensed into a beam, shooting towards Chu Mu's forehead. It was impossible to dodge, and it directly shot into his head. Fireworks exploded in his mind and condensed into 6 7-colored words. 3rd of March, the heavenly platform will open. 3rd of March, the heavenly platform will open. Chu Mu murmured, and his eyes suddenly shone with a fierce light. At the same time, in various parts of Westlake region, all the swordsmen who possessed creation's secret writ were the same as Chu Mu. 6 7-colored words appeared in their minds. 3rd of March, the heavenly platform will open. Ha ha ha! The heavenly platform of fortune is finally opening. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Humph! Heavenly platform of fortune. I will definitely use you to break through and comprehend the mystery of fortune. Heavenly platform of fortune, here I come. The disciples of the Broken Star Building, the Flying Heaven Pavilion, the Sky-Splitting Sword Sect, the Black Extreme Palace, and the Myriad Mountains Villa who had the Secret Order of Fortune, as well as the swordsmen of other forces and families who had the Secret Order of Fortune, were all overjoyed. They had been waiting for this day since the moment they had obtained the Secret Order of Fortune. Once the heavenly platform of fortune opened and they entered it to comprehend the mystery of fortune and the essence of fortune, their future path would be even wider. Swordsmen who could obtain the Secret Order of Fortune were usually geniuses among geniuses. Each of them had outstanding talent and strength among those of the same level. They were dragons among men. The 6 rainbow-colored words in his mind dissipated and returned to normal. The Secret Order of Fortune in his hand trembled again and shot out a beam of light, pointing in a direction, as if it was telling the possessor that the heavenly platform of fortune was there. Finally having a target, Chu Mu began to fly towards the direction of the creation's secret token's light beam, using his movement technique. Get ready to move out and kill the possessor of the Secret Order of Fortune. While the 100 possessors of the Secret Order of Fortune set off for the heavenly platform of fortune, there were also many people with evil intentions who were preparing to intercept them on the way and seize the Secret Order of Fortune for themselves or their descendants. They could also sell it. It should be known that the Secret Order of Fortune that had been auctioned off at the Skyway Auction House in West Tiger City was bought by someone for 50 kilograms of liquefied yuan. What kind of concept was 50 kilograms of liquefied yuan? The so-called liquefied yuan was the liquid of pure yuan qi. Some liquefied yuan qi was astonishingly rich and did not contain the slightest impurities, so it could be directly absorbed. In addition to the natural liquefied yuan in some excellent holy grounds, there was another way to obtain yuan, liquefied yuan, which was yuan crystals. Moreover, it had to be top-grade yuan crystals. 10,000 top-grade yuan crystals could be refined into 500 kilograms of yuan, liquefied yuan. 500 kilograms of yuan, liquefied yuan, was equivalent to 1 million top-grade yuan crystals. The exchange rate between top-grade yuan crystals and upper-grade yuan crystals was 1 to 100 under normal circumstances. In other words, 1 million top-grade yuan crystals could be exchanged for 100 million upper-grade yuan crystals. Of course, under normal circumstances, very few people would exchange top-grade yuan crystals for upper-grade yuan crystals. This was because the energy contained in top-grade yuan crystals was richer and purer than that of upper-grade yuan crystals. Most importantly, Top-grade yuan crystals could be used to extract yuan, liquefied yuan, while upper-grade yuan crystals could not. According to the equivalent exchange rate, 10,000 top-grade yuan crystals were equivalent to 1 million upper-grade yuan crystals. However, 1 million upper-grade yuan crystals could not be refined into 500 kilograms of yuan, liquefied yuan. This was determined by the quality. Therefore, if one wanted to use upper-grade yuan crystals to purchase yuan, liquefied yuan, 500 kilograms of yuan, liquefied yuan would cost at least 5 million upper-grade yuan crystals. Even if it was a friendship price, the internal price would not be lower than 2 million upper-grade yuan crystals. A secret order of fortune auctioned off for 50 kilograms of yuan, liquefied yuan. This price was truly astonishing. Small clans and forces simply could not afford it. The 5 major forces each had 10 secret orders of fortune. The Heavenly Sword Hall had stipulated that they could not have more, so they would not participate in the auction. However, there were still wealthy forces that could take out 50 kilograms of yuan, liquefied yuan. Of course, if a disciple of the 5 major forces who possessed a secret order of fortune was intercepted and killed, and the order was taken away by someone else, then it was their own bad luck. The 5 major forces would naturally investigate and seek revenge, but that would also be a very embarrassing matter. In short, the secret order of fortune was very important. Unleashing his speed, Chu Mu floated forward like a wisp of smoke. Silently, he advanced on the land of the West Tiger Domain. In the mountains and forests, he also spread out the power of his divine sense, scanning ahead and carefully feeling every aura fluctuation. Once there was an aura fluctuation that could threaten him, Chu Mu would avoid it in advance to avoid encountering overly powerful ancient vicious beasts or falling into a bitter battle. The 3rd day of the 3rd month, the opening of the heavenly platform. The 3rd day of the 3rd month was a period of time. After calculating, there was still about a month left. Chu Mu had to reach the heavenly platform of fortune within this month. Otherwise, if he missed it, he would have to wait for another 100 years. 100 years. At that time, who knew what realm Chu Mu would have reached? He had to hurry and reach the heavenly platform of fortune as soon as possible. The secret order of fortune was very precious. Most of the owners of the secret order of fortune were escorted by powerful king-level experts. The owners of the secret order of fortune also had powerful, life-saving trump cards. 10 days later, Chu Mu rushed out of the dense mountain forest and entered a small town, Eastern Gate Town. After resting for a while, he immediately left Eastern Gate Town and moved forward again. In Eastern Gate Town, a group of people locked onto Chu Mu. After Chu Mu left Eastern Gate Town, they immediately followed him. Suspicious target found. Follow him. Chu Mu was not the first person to be tracked. In fact, any young swordsman who entered Eastern Gate Town and left quickly would be carefully observed. After the observation, they would decide whether to lock onto him as a target and then follow him for further observation. As soon as he left Eastern Gate Town, Chu Mu felt that he was being followed. The speed of his movement technique abruptly increased by 30%, allowing him to advance at an even faster speed. The speed of the pursuers also increased, but none of the pursuers had reached the king rank. In terms of speed, they simply couldn't compare to Chu Mu. Very quickly, Chu Mu lost them. Chu Mu did not take this to heart and focused on his journey. Late at night, Chu Mu stopped and started a bonfire. He took out a large piece of fresh meat from his interspatial ring. It was cut from some of the immemorial fierce beasts he had killed before. It was the most delicious part of meat. Although he could absorb yuan qi of heaven and earth so that he would not be hungry and satisfy the basic needs of his body, the desire for good food was often one of the things that people liked the most. The feeling of chewing delicious food in the mouth was very wonderful. Chapter 9:59. 10 people. They were dressed in black tights, and their faces were also covered in black. Only their eyes were exposed. Their eyes were sharp and cold, and all of them were fixed on Chu Mu. The 10 sharp auras were like 10 invisible swords, almost piercing Chu Mu, but Chu Mu did not seem to notice it at all. He was eating the delicious barbecue. "Little brother, you are really in a good mood." A hearty laugh was heard. A man in a black robe walked out from the darkness behind the 10 men in black. He was also wearing a black robe that covered his whole body. "What's the matter?" Chu Mu would not pretend to be polite, since he did not come with good intentions. "Nothing big. I just saw that little brother's face is extraordinary. You are a dragon among men, and your achievements in the future will be extraordinary. I especially came to make a friend," the black-robed man said with a smile. His tone was very gentle, as if he really came to make friends. "What price?" Chu Mu said indifferently. Such a straightforward answer startled the black-robed man. He immediately reacted and said with a smile, "It's easy to talk to smart people. There's no need to pay any price. Because our sect has lost an important treasure, we were ordered by the sect master to search. As long as little brother allows us to search your body, it will be fine." Since he had said so, there was no need for him to say anything else. Chu Mu threw down the barbecue in his hand. His sword origin and physical strength burst out. He applied the mountain-shaking energy to a part of his muscles, causing his speed to explode to the extreme in an instant. The no-return sword was unsheathed. The extremely sharp sword light reflected a layer of residual red under the night sky of the bonfire, like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was extremely sad and beautiful. Fast, it was really too fast. Moreover, it was so sudden that it caught people off guard. According to the progress, Chu Mu would at least reply with one more sentence before the battle could start. Unexpectedly, the other party was so decisive. He directly drew his sword, and it was so fast, so sharp, and so stunning. However, this breathtaking sword light brought about death. Death came in an instant. The black-robed man turned pale with fright, but his strength was extraordinary, and he did not underestimate Chu Mu. His heart was already prepared, and his reaction was very fast. He quickly retreated behind the black-robed man and narrowly avoided the sword light. However, the sword light suddenly changed its direction and stabbed towards the black-robed man. Chu Mu could tell that among the 11 people, the 10 men in black were the subordinates, while the black-robed man was the leader. To kill the enemy, one must first kill the general. Chu Mu's speed was extremely fast, and the black-clothed man's reaction speed was only a bit slower than the black-clothed man's. He pulled out his sword, and 10 sword light burst out in the dark night, stabbing towards Chu Mu at the same time. It was simple, direct, and filled with killing intent. However, Chu Mu's speed was even faster. In an instant, he escaped from the 10 sword light of the 10 men in black, and his sword attacked the black-robed man without any hindrance. The black-robed man also pulled out his sword in an instant. As he retreated, tyrannical power gathered on the sword, and sword intent and ultimacy burst out in an instant. He was about to perform a sword technique to kill Chu Mu. In an instant, the sword in Chu Mu's hand flew out, and its speed doubled. The black-robed man did not have time to react. The sword technique that he was about to perform died in his belly, and his throat was directly pierced by Chu Mu's no-return sword. He could not say anything. The sword intent and ultimacy that had just gathered suddenly collided with each other, and then exploded. The powerful explosion swept in all directions. Chu Mu quickly retreated, and the sword light on his left hand was driven by the sword fingers. It quickly circled around his body, and the power of the explosion was weakened inch by inch. The 10 black-robed men did not expect this at all. They were immediately hit by the power of the explosion and hurriedly defended themselves. They only saw the sword light flash in front of them, and then there was only darkness in the sky. One sword light killed 10 people. Chu Mu did not know the background of these people, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that they were after the secret order of creation on him. In other words, they were after the secret order of creation, or any secret order of creation. With this thought in mind, Chu Mu became vigilant. Before this, he had not thought about it so thoroughly. He did not expect that there would be people who specifically wanted to kill people who had the secret order of creation. In fact, this group of black-robed men was probably guessing that he might have the secret order of creation, but they were not sure. If they were sure, they would not have sent these 11 people. They might even have sent a king realm expert to deal with him. His movements were very practiced. He plundered the cultivation talent of the 11 people, operated the slaughter divine weapon, took away their interspatial rings, destroyed the corpses, and extinguished the bonfire and all other traces. After doing all this, Chu Mu quickly left and hurried through the night. Since he had encountered people who wanted to snatch the secret order of creation this time, there was no guarantee that there would not be a second or third time. It was best to get to the heavenly creation platform as soon as possible. Once he reached the heavenly creation platform, even if someone wanted to snatch the secret order of creation, they would not be so brazen. Very quickly the sky brightened. Chu Mu was still on his way. His speed was very fast, but he encountered a second assassination attempt. He did not know if the people who intercepted him this time were in cahoots with the 11 people he had met in the middle of the night, but Chu Mu soon found out. This was because the moment the other party saw him, they immediately attacked. They drew their swords, and the sword light flashed, shooting in all directions. They should be accomplices. Otherwise, they would not have attacked so directly. The other party was not polite and did not show any mercy. Chu Mu did not show any mercy either. He performed the sword controlling technique and used the other royal grade sword to perform the 4th grade sword skill, Thunderstorm. A crazy and terrifying storm instantly swept out. Dark clouds filled the sky, and destruction was coming. Then he used the 4th grade sword skill, Cloud-Piercing Sky. A group of black-clothed people was swept into the thunderstorm and strangled. Then the thunderstorm was broken and torn apart by the dark, golden moon. Under the 2 sword skills, dozens of black-clothed people died. Under the sword light of the sword controlling technique, several black-clothed people were also killed. However, this time there were hundreds of black-clothed people trying to kill Chu Mu. Among them, there was a portion that was extremely powerful. Sword light flashed, and the sword chi was cold. Terrifying sword skills bombarded Chu Mu one after another, trying to kill him. There were 2nd grade and 3rd grade sword skills. They were powerful and bombarded from all directions. There was no way to dodge. Chu Mu immediately performed the defensive sword skill, a movable mountain, to resist the bombardment of the sword skills. Hundreds of sword skills bombarded Chu Mu from all directions. Most of them bombarded Chu Mu and exploded. In their imagination, Chu Mu should have been killed. Countless clouds of dust billowed in the air, covering the surroundings densely. It was impossible to see clearly. When the black-clothed people paused, a sword light rushed out of the dust at an extremely fast speed. It was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It got close and started to fight. The 5 elements sword skills, wind and thunder sword skills, cloud sword skills, ice sword skills, and sky sword skills were used alternately. The sword controlling technique was performed and circled around him to resist the attacks and kill the enemies. 1 step, 1 sword, 1 kill. In just a moment of trance, another 20 to 30 people died under Chu Mu's sword. Formation. A low roar rang out. Immediately, the remaining black-clothed people shifted their feet. As their bodies changed, they formed sword formations that surrounded Chu Mu. The sword formations activated and began to besiege Chu Mu. Chu Mu circled around the sword formations. The sword controlling technique was activated. The sword in his hand didn't stop. He kept blocking and counterattacking while observing the changes of the sword formations. He had studied the sword formations. Although he didn't have a deep understanding, he was at the beginner level. Coupled with his strong comprehension, he soon deciphered the mystery of a sword formation. He immediately attacked and killed one of the black-clothed people. After breaking the sword formation, the other black-clothed people also died under Chu Mu's sword. Kill! Kill! The corpses fell one after another. Blood flowed from the wounds and dyed the ground red. Pieces of blood connected to each other and formed pools of blood. Chu Mu operated the slaughter god weapon and kept absorbing the negative aura. Strands of gray aura flew out from the corpses and into Chu Mu's body. In this battle, no one paid attention to this detail. The Kamihira, sword embryo in his middle dantian, was very happy. This was because the negative aura was continuously absorbed by the sword embryo and nourished its growth. Chu Mu wanted to use the heaven-seizing technique to steal the cultivation talent of these black-clothed people. Unfortunately, it was difficult to use the heaven-seizing technique and required some time. In such a fierce battle, he couldn't steal it all. He could only wait until all the enemies were killed. Thinking of this, Chu Mu's heart was suddenly burning. Just by practicing the heaven-seizing technique, he estimated that it would take more than 10 years or even longer to raise his cultivation talent from the lower 5th grade to the lower 4th grade. However, if he stole the cultivation talent of others, the speed would be much faster. Previously, he had stolen 21 people's cultivation talent, which had increased Chu Mu's cultivation talent. However, whether it had reached the middle 5th grade, Chu Mu wasn't sure. However, he believed that once he stole the cultivation talent of these hundreds of black-clothed people, even if it didn't reach the upper 5th grade, it would at least reach the middle 5th grade. In this way, he might not need to painstakingly search for the earth root to refine the great amplification pill. In a short time, he could raise his cultivation talent to the 4th grade. Chu Mu broke another sword formation and killed some black-clothed people. Suddenly, a black figure rushed out of a sword formation at an astonishing speed and attacked from the sky. This sword was sharp to the extreme. It seemed to break through space and caused an incomparably sharp sound, showing its terrifying power. Sword skill. A close combat, 4th grade sword skill. It was too fast. Chu Mu hurriedly used the immovable mountain defense and blocked the opponent's sword skill with his sword. The terrifying power of the collision caused a sharp chi wave to shoot out in all directions. The black-clothed people nearby were immediately affected and were injured one by one. The powerful recoil caused the black-robed man's entire body to tremble. Just as he was about to fly backwards, Chu Mu, because he was using immovable mountain, didn't move at all. However, in an instant, he turned it into a counterattack, causing all of his power to explode. The dark, golden sword light flashed and directly split the black-clothed person in half from head to toe. Blood sprayed into the sky. Chapter 960. The sword light flashed and blood splattered across the sky. The last black-robed man fell under Chu Mu's sword. At a glance, the ground was littered with black corpses, one after another. Blood dyed the ground red and flowed like a river. Once the divine slaughter weapon was activated, a gray aura emanated from the corpses and flew toward Yishuan. The sword embryo was very happy to be nourished. Chu Mu planned to use the heaven-seizing technique to plunder the cultivation talents of these black-robed men one by one. The heaven-seizing technique was indeed heaven-defying, but it had its limitations. He could only use it one at a time, and he had to come into contact with the corpses. The corpses had to be fresh and intact. Fresh meant that they had died not long ago and were less than an hour old. Intact meant that he could cut off their arms and legs, but he could not cut off their heads or split them into two halves. Chu Mu could plunder the cultivation talents of most of the corpses here. Just as he was about to start, suddenly, for powerful auras shot over from afar like heavenly swords. They locked onto Chu Mu, causing his expression to change. The auras of 4 king-level experts. They did not come with good intentions. Chu Mu did not want to fight with 4 king-level experts. He could only reluctantly give up on the cultivation talents of the hundreds of corpses and their interspatial rings. His speed exploded as he soared into the sky. He used the imperial sword technique and flew away as fast as he could. At the same time, he threw the blood yang elixir into his mouth and used the Deshang's burning blood transformation. His speed increased by 3 times and he was extremely fast. He turned into a blood-red swordlight and flew away. Not long after, 4 black-robed figures with golden edges landed in an arc looking at the black-robed men's corpses on the ground. Their anger and killing intent surged. However, the culprit that they had locked onto had escaped and disappeared without a trace. The culprit's speed was too fast. He was not inferior to them at all. In fact, he was much faster than them. The 4 sword of Gojoseon did not chase after him. Chu Mu stopped using the burning blood transformation. The blood essence he had consumed was not serious. He took the blood yang elixir and slowly recovered. After another hour, he landed. He had used up a lot of infinite desolation sword essence and needed to replenish it. As he executed his movement technique, he circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the heaven-earth essence chi. He even took out some high-grade essence crystals and crushed them to absorb them, speeding up the recovery of his sword essence. Previously, he had used up nearly 100,000 high-grade crystals to recover. However, after killing Zhao Qian, the sword of Gojoseon, and the other swordsmen, he had obtained a few 100,000 high-grade crystals. Now he had more than 1,000,000 high-grade crystals. After the sword origin was restored, Chu Mu sped up and moved forward. The way to speed up was to use the mountain-shaking energy to vibrate his muscles at a high speed to generate an impact force and push his body forward. Chu Mu kept experimenting with which muscles could make him move faster and use less energy. As he sped up, he did not encounter any more assassins along the way. Unknowingly, time passed day by day. It was already close to the 3rd of March. Chu Mu began to feel a kind of guidance. It was as if there was a voice telling him which direction to go. He knew that it was the natural reaction of the creation secret token in his arms as he approached the creation heavenly platform. When he arrived, Chu Mu also noticed that there were more people. Of course, most of them did not have the creation secret token. Their purpose was just to watch. They wanted to see who had the creation secret token and join in the fun. No matter what, the creation heavenly platform that opened once every 100 years was one of the grand events in the West Tiger territory. If he did not participate, he would be despised when he talked with others in the future. He would be at a disadvantage. As he continued to move forward, Chu Mu felt the creation secret token in his arms vibrate again. This was a sign that other creation secret tokens had appeared within a 10-mile radius. In other words, the creation heavenly platform was close. An octagonal platform stood on the ground. It was like a peerless divine sword that pointed to the sky. There were 333 steps on the platform. It went from the bottom all the way to the top of the platform. At this time, a large number of people had gathered below the platform. In the middle of this group of people, there was a middle-aged man with white hair on his temples. His long robe fluttered in the wind. Countless patterns vaguely formed the outline of a palace. When Chu Mu arrived, he saw the disciples of the Flying Heaven Pavilion in the clearly divided crowd. "It's Chu Mu." At the same time, the people of the Flying Heaven Pavilion also noticed Chu Mu. Lu Yi, Wang Wei, Sun Yuan, Zhao Kong, Fong Qingtian, Lu Buping, Li Donghe, Shaoling, and a young swordsman that Chu Mu had never seen before. In addition, there were 3 elders of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Greetings to the 3 pavilion elders. Chu Mu walked over and saluted the 3 pavilion elders. "You're finally here," one of the elders said with a smile. "Along the way, there were people who tried to kill you. Did you encounter any of them?" Another elder asked. "Yes." Chu Mu nodded. He thought for a while. The black-robed men who tried to kill him and the black-robed men who tried to kill him after the auction in West Wind Town probably came from the same force. Black Prison. You've proven your strength by being able to come here. You're qualified to become a disciple of the creation heavenly platform. The third elder nodded and said, Chumu now understood that every disciple who obtained the creation's secret order would leave the flying heaven pavilion one after another to gain experience. They would fight and protect their creation's secret order until they gathered at the creation heavenly platform. Only then could they prove that they were qualified to obtain the creation's secret order and enter the creation heavenly platform to comprehend the creation heavenly platform. If someone stole the creation's secret order, it was because they were not strong enough. The flying heaven pavilion was like that, and so were the other four forces. Chumu hadn't guessed wrong. The young man standing with Lu Yi and the others was the chief disciple of the flying heaven pavilion, Psang Mo. When Chumu stared at Psang Mo also stared at Chumu. He seemed to be very interested in Chumu. In his eyes, there was a sliver of fighting intent. Lu Yi and the others had already told Psang Mo about Chumu. The flying heaven pavilion had considered the distribution of the creation secret order. Psang Mo was soaring heaven court's first seat, so he would definitely get a piece. Lu Yi was second, Wang Wei was third, Sun Yuan was fourth, and Zhao Kong was fifth. Fang Qingtian, Lu Buping, and Li Dong were the new disciples of soaring heaven court. Their sword intent had all reached the peak of rank 8. In terms of talent, they were comparable to Lu Yi Psang Mo. Even though they had not cultivated for a long time and were not as strong as Lu Yi Psang Mo, talent was more important in comprehending creation. Xiao Ling was the chief disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, and he wasn't weak in any aspect. If it weren't for his talent, he could be ranked in the top 5 of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. It was normal for him to get a creation secret order. The Flying Heaven Pavilion had 10 disciples: Shattered Star Tower, Sky-Splitting Sword Sect, Extreme Black Palace, and Myriad Mount Manor had 10 disciples each. Although the 5 major factions had different forms, they were equally matched in terms of strength. The 10 disciples who had obtained the creation's secret token were about the same in terms of strength and talent. Of course, Chumu was an exception. Other than himself, no one knew the extent of his true talent. Apart from the 5 forces, there were also genius disciples from other forces and clans. The young swordsmen with creation's secret orders were also gathered here. At this moment, Chumu felt a sharp gaze filled with killing intent locking onto him. When he turned around, that gaze instantly shifted, but Chumu still managed to catch sight of its owner. It was a young sword of Gojosian. Moreover, it was the same young sword of Gojosian who had sent 2 sword of Gojosian to deal with him. Meeting Chumu here, Li Tao was both angry and scared. Although his Li family wasn't weak, compared to the Flying Sky Pavilion, they were still inferior. The difference was huge. If Chumu wanted to borrow the power of the Flying Heaven Pavilion to take revenge, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Li clan. After taking a deep look at the other party, Chumu withdrew his gaze. He wasn't the kind of person who would cry to his elders and ask for revenge after being bullied. If he was bullied, Chumu's method was to fight back. Although he wasn't strong enough now, he would become stronger with time. At that time, he would have the ability to take revenge. Moreover, this young swordsman's strength was inferior to his. If the old man hadn't saved him that day, the young swordsman would have died. He didn't intend to use the power of the Flying Heaven Pavilion to solve this matter. Instead, he wanted to use his own means to fight back. The people from the 5 forces were the most concentrated. The other people with creation secret orders were more scattered. Among them, there was one person who attracted the most attention. There was only one person. It was a young swordsman in a purple robe with golden lines on it. It looked like a real dragon soaring in the sky. It was vivid and lifelike. This person was tall and strong. His shoulders were broad, as if they could hold up the sky. There was a tyrannical and fierce aura around him. He carried a palm-sized sword on his back. There was a golden dragon carving on the scabbard, as if a real dragon had fallen into a deep sleep and could wake up at any time. He was the center of attention. His aura was strong, as if he was the center of the earth. Many people couldn't help but focus on him. They were attracted by him. He was aggressive, domineering, fierce, and supremely arrogant. Many female swordsmen's eyes almost turned into hearts. They were deeply fascinated by this figure. Looking at him, many young male swordsmen also showed a desire to fight. Their intuition told them that this person must be very strong and a strong opponent. Chumu looked away and continued to scan. He fixed his eyes on a group of people in black robes. They all looked pale, as if they had lost a lot of blood. 3 of them looked to be in their 20s or 30s. Chumu also felt the aura of creation's secret orders from them. Chumu's intuition told him that this group of black-robed people was related to the group of black-robed people who had tried to kill him. Perhaps they were from the same organization, even though this group of people didn't show their heads. While Chumu was looking at them one by one, their eyes also fell on Chumu. They paused for a few breaths, as if they were evaluating him, and then looked away. Chapter 961. This high platform is the heavenly good fortune platform. The middle-aged man in the middle, with a palace pattern on his robe, said slowly. He was a member of Heavenly Sword Hall and was responsible for presiding over the opening of the heavenly good fortune platform that happened once every 100 years. With him here, no one dared to cause trouble. This was because this person was a commander of Heavenly Sword Hall and was very powerful. Most importantly, he was a member of Heavenly Sword Hall, and Heavenly Sword Hall was the most powerful existence among the human forces. The Heavenly Good Fortune platform opened once every 100 years. It was one of the grand events of the West Tiger Territory. When 100 disciples of the Heavenly Good Fortune platform grew up, there would be more powerhouses among the human race, constantly increasing the strength of the human race. In the past, there had been foreign races that had sneaked into the human territory and destroyed the opening of the Heavenly Good Fortune platform. Since that incident many years ago, Heavenly Sword Hall had been more vigilant. It seemed that only this middle-aged man was here, but in fact, the swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall were scattered everywhere. Moreover, before the Heavenly Good Fortune platform opened, they had already done their work and eliminated all foreign races from entering. Once they found anything, they would immediately deal with it without mercy. Under such circumstances, if the foreign races wanted to destroy the Heavenly Good Fortune platform, they would have to pay a great price. It wasn't worth it. Usually, the high platform won't appear. The middle-aged man from Heavenly Sword Hall continued. Only when the 100-year period approaches will the Heavenly Good Fortune platform appear. The location is not fixed. Those who don't have the Heavenly Good Fortune token can't ascend the high platform. At this time, beside the Heavenly Good Fortune platform, a 100-meter tall stone tablet slowly appeared. It appeared from nothing and was filled with mystery. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the 100-meter tall stone tablet, especially Chu Mu and the others. They all stared with wide eyes at this magical scene. The stone tablet appeared out of thin air, standing on the ground beside the Heavenly Good Fortune platform. The stone tablet that has just appeared is called the Heavenly Good Fortune tablet. The middle-aged swordsman from Heavenly Sword Hall introduced. After this, your names will be recorded on the Heavenly Good Fortune tablet. Everyone's eyes focused on the Good Fortune Heaven tablet. On the fully presented Good Fortune Heaven tablet, there were lines of text. From top to bottom, each line was a name. The first name on the list was Qianshan Wudao. Chu Mu had heard of this name before. He was the leader of the Western Tiger 5 Absolutes, a disciple of the Sky Splitting Sword sect. In second place was Qin Tianyi, a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. The third name was Zhong Yeyuan, a disciple of Shattered Star Tower. Ranked fourth was Wan Feishian, a disciple of the Wanlai Villa. Ranked fifth was Sha Lu, a disciple of the Black Extreme Palace. Those 5 people were the 5 absolutes of the West Tiger Great region, the strongest cultivators of the sword of Gojoseon. They had also benefited from the heavenly creation platform. Among them, Qin Tianyi and Sha Lu were men, while Zhong Yuan and Wan Feishian were women. Below them were 95 names. There were disciples of the 5 great influences, as well as disciples of other influences and families. All of them belonged to the West Tiger Great region. Of the 100 names, the other 95 names weren't as famous as Qian Shan Wu Dao, Qin Tianyi, and the others. After all, the 5 of them were called the West Tiger 5 Absolutes. Their brilliance overshadowed the other 95 names, causing them to be overshadowed. The ranking on the Good Fortune Heaven tablet is based on the speed at which you perceive the mysteries of good fortune. The first person to comprehend the mysteries of good fortune and leave the heavenly creation platform will have their name listed in the first line. The middle-aged man explained. In truth, there were no substantial benefits to having one's name listed in first place. It would only leave a deep impression on others. Being first was always something that people yearned for. It was something that countless people chased after generation. The swordsmen that possessed the good fortune secret tokens all revealed a sharp light in their eyes. Their blazing gazes fell on Qian Shan Wudao's name. All of them were determined to be the first to comprehend the mysteries of good fortune and leave the heavenly creation platform. They would be ranked first, forever remembered by the world, and their names would be passed down through the ages. Even if they weren't ranked first, they could still be ranked second, third, fourth, or fifth. At the very least, they could create a new West Tiger 5 Absolutes and be remembered by the world. Time slowly passed. The 3rd day of the 3rd month arrived. At that time, when the heavenly creation platform shook, Chu Mu and the others also felt the good fortune secret tokens in their chests shake. Their entire bodies seemed to be drawn towards the heavenly creation platform, as if they wanted to throw themselves into it. The heavenly creation platform has opened. The disciples of good fortune may now ascend. The middle-aged man revealed a smile. First place belongs to me, revered dragon. The moment the middle-aged man's voice fell, a tall and sturdy young swordsman wearing a purple-gold dragon robe stepped out. He was fierce and domineering, as if he were the sole ruler of the world. In an instant, he was like a true dragon emerging from the sea, soaring through the highest heavens as he rushed towards the heavenly creation platform. The young swordsman in the purple-gold dragon robe moved. The other swordsmen that possessed the good fortune secret tokens didn't fall behind. They felt that if they entered the heavenly creation platform a step earlier, they might be able to comprehend the mysteries of good fortune a step earlier. They might be able to leave the heavenly creation platform and obtain first place on the good fortune heavenly creation platform. In an instant, all 100 people rushed towards the heavenly creation platform, wanting to rush up the stairs and ascend to the top. Who dares to compete with me? Revered Dragon for first place. Revered Dragon's voice was incomparably domineering. It was like the roar of a dragon from the 9 heavens, bringing with it endless dominance and sharpness. It was like a heavenly sword had descended. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying sharpness gushed out from Revered Dragon's body. It was like a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, wanting to break through the 9 heavens. This was sword intent. As soon as the terrifying sword intent appeared, it immediately caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Even the middle-aged man from Heavenly Sword Hall was no exception. This is Early 9th Revolution Sword Intent. Early 9th Revolution Sword Intent. One by one, they cried out involuntarily. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Their expressions were also very exaggerated and distorted. The 9th Revolution Sword Intent had always only existed in legends. It might or might not exist, but at least in everyone's knowledge, the limit of sword intent and profound was the limit of the eighth revolution. The limit of the eighth revolution was a publicly recognized limit. It was a natural moat. The ninth revolution that surpassed the limit of the eighth revolution was to break through this natural moat. It's actually the early ninth revolution sword intent. Chu Mu was also very surprised. However, on second thought, since he could refine his sword intent to the limit of the ninth revolution, it was not unacceptable for someone to refine their sword intent to the early ninth revolution. Thinking about it carefully, how many human swordsmen were there in the entire Archean world? It was impossible to calculate. Among so many swordsmen, it was not strange for 1, 2, or even 3 people to refine their sword intent to the ninth revolution level. It was just that they were too rare. In addition, they had to hide to avoid being assassinated by the foreign races as a thorn in their flesh. For someone like Revered Dragon to display his sword intent so openly, it was definitely an anomaly. However, perhaps he had his own thoughts, or perhaps this was his character. In an instant, Revered Dragon, who had released the early ninth revolution sword intent, successfully intimidated the others. No one could compete with him for the right to be the first to rush up to the heavenly creation platform. In the blink of an eye, Revered Dragon rushed up the stairs of the heavenly creation platform. His body suddenly trembled as if there was an invisible pressure acting on his body, causing his speed to suddenly drop. Revered Dragon's expression changed, and he quickly adjusted to the sudden pressure. His speed increased again, but it was clearly not as fast as before. The other swordsmen also woke up from the shock of the early ninth revolution sword intent. When they saw Revered Dragon rush up the stairs, they hurriedly moved and rushed up with all their speed. To be honest, Chu Mu was not stunned at that moment. He was just very surprised and was delayed for a moment. However, if he wanted to, he could also surpass Revered Dragon. However, for Chu Mu, being the first to reach the heavenly creation platform was not attractive. Revered Dragon, early ninth revolution, sword intent. The middle-aged man from the heavenly sword hall said in a low voice, revealing a thoughtful expression. Then, as if he had thought of something, a light flashed in his eyes. Could it be him? An elder of the sky-splitting sword sect immediately asked. The others also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the background of this amazing Revered Dragon. This was because Revered Dragon was not a disciple of the 5 major forces. They also could not figure out which force or clan Revered Dragon belonged to in the West Tiger region. If I'm not wrong, Revered Dragon should not be from the West Tiger region, the middle-aged man from the Heavenly Sword Hall said with a bitter smile. To be honest, although they were all from the human clan, it was inevitable that there would be differences between regions. He was from the West Tiger region and naturally hoped that there would be many geniuses in the West Tiger region. It would be best if there were some amazing geniuses like Revered Dragon. Unfortunately, until now, there had never been a swordsman who could refine his sword intent or profound meaning to the 9th revolution level in the West Tiger region. This was how intelligent beings were. They prioritized the glory of their race among the 100 clans, prioritized the glory of their region among the same clan, and prioritized the glory of the sect they belonged to among the same clan and region. Not from the West Tiger region. Everyone's expression froze when they heard this. Yes, Revered Dragon should be from the real Dragon Dynasty in the Chaos Territory. He is the real Dragon Crown Prince of the dynasty, the middle-aged man from the Heavenly Sword Hall said. The Chaos Territory, the real Dragon Dynasty. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard this. They were all speechless. There were countless territories in the Archean world. For example, the West Tiger region was a large region occupied by the human clan. Other than the human clan, there were only Archean ferocious beasts. There were no other races living there. There were pure, human, clan territories. Naturally, there were also pure foreign clan territories. Similarly, there were also mixed 100 clans territories. For example, the Great Chaos Territory was one of the largest and most chaotic territories among the mixed territories of the 100 races. Speaking of which, the area of the Great Chaos Territory was several times larger than the Western Tiger region. If one wanted to survive in it, one had to be extremely powerful. For example, the Real Dragon Dynasty was the largest human clan force in the Chaos Territory. It led the other human clan forces in the Chaos Territory to fight against the other races and gain a foothold in the Chaos Territory. Simply put, the Real Dragon Dynasty's foundation and strength were above any of the 5 major forces in the West Tiger region. Chapter 962. The Heavenly Fortune Platform belonged to the West Tiger Territory. Theoretically, it should also be a place where swordsmen from the West Tiger Territory could enter to comprehend. Long Zun came from the Chaotic Territory. One could imagine that he must have obtained the secret Order of Fortune from someone else. However, the Heavenly Sword Hall's motto was that only the capable could obtain the secret Order of Fortune. The secret Order of Fortune belonged to anyone who could obtain it, except for the foreign races and evil path swordsmen. Therefore, no matter how shocked the people of the West Tiger Territory were, no matter how uncomfortable they felt, no matter how disgusted they felt, they could only endure it. After all, Long Zun was still a human. He was the crown prince of the Real Dragon Dynasty who was fighting against the foreign races. Whether it was in terms of status or talent, it was natural for him to have a secret Order of Fortune and enter the Heavenly Fortune Platform. As long as Long Zun did not die prematurely, he was destined to be valued by the Heavenly Sword Hall and become one of the pillars of the human race in the future. But then again, Long Zun was indeed very capable to have come from the Chaotic Territory to the West Tiger Territory. The Real Dragon Dynasty was indeed very powerful. Long Zun's early 9th transformation sword intent was enough to become a thorn in the flesh of the foreign races. However, he was still alive and had come to the West Tiger Territory. This was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. It also showed that the Real Dragon Dynasty was powerful enough to protect Long Zun's safety. Chu Mu and the others rushed onto the Heavenly Fortune Platform's stairs like moths to a flame. They immediately felt a strong pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Suddenly, their bodies trembled and their legs sank. Those who were unprepared almost squatted down. They burst out with power to resist the pressure. Their bodies straightened and their eyes shone with sharp light. Strong sword intent gushed out. Its sharpness soared into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. It was at least the late 8th transformation sword intent. Most of them were at the peak of the 8th transformation sword intent. They were like invisible divine swords that displayed shocking sharpness. If an alien race expert were to launch a sneak attack at this moment and kill all 100 people who had entered the Heavenly Creation Platform, the human race's super geniuses in the West Tiger Territory would be wiped out, resulting in a shortage of manpower. Fortunately, the Heavenly Creation Platform was powerful. Even a sword saint's full-powered attack could not harm it at all, so it was impossible for it to affect the people on the Heavenly Creation Platform. Moreover, if one looked carefully in the sky, one could vaguely see the battleships of the Sword God Hall circling and patrolling. Once they found a target, they would immediately launch a devastating attack without mercy. With such tight security, the miraculous divine creation platform, and the presence of sword saints from many major powers, no foreign race would be willing to pay a huge price to assassinate them. He quickly adjusted his strength, and while resisting the sudden pressure from the rooftop, he sped up. 333 steps might not sound like a lot, but under the heavy pressure, one's speed was greatly reduced. It was impossible to reach the top in a short period of time. Chu Mu also discovered that every time he rushed up a flight of stairs, the pressure he faced would become stronger. Under this constantly increasing pressure, The swordsmen could only adjust their strength time and time again. If it was too small, it would be difficult to resist the pressure. If it was too big, it would cause them to lose their balance and make a fool of themselves. Under these circumstances, the gap between everyone began to show bit by bit. Without a doubt, Longzuin was far in the lead. He was a full 10 steps ahead of the second place. At this moment, Chu Mu was in the middle of the pack. His brain was constantly working, calculating the increase in the pressure of each step, calculating the strength he used, the balance, and so on. He planned to unleash a burst of strength. As for Tsang Mo and the 4 most outstanding people from the other 4 major powers, they mustered all their strength and continuously charged forward. Their goal was to catch up to Longzuin or even surpass him. However, they could only see Longzuin's back. He was 10 steps away, but no matter how they chased, they could not catch up. They could not even close the gap. It seemed that the gap was constantly being pulled apart. Since they could not catch up to Longzuin, Tsang Mo, and the other 4 temporarily gave up on this idea. They focused on fighting for second place. What was the benefit of being second? There did not seem to be any benefit. However, none of them would think too much about it. They would think about it after getting second place. Actually, this was a battle for glory. It was related to themselves, and also vaguely related to the powers behind them. Swords were sharp. Those who practiced the sword would have their own sharpness. However, some people kept their sharpness inside, while others let it out. They all had different forms. Some swordsmen would show their sharpness everywhere. Some swordsmen would usually keep their sharpness inside, only unleashing it at the crucial moment. Striving for the top, pressing forward with indomitable will, competing with others. This was the characteristic of swordsmen. From the moment they held a sword, they were destined to be like this. It had little to do with whether they saw through fame and fortune. In reality, in the world of swordsmen, fame and fortune were only a very small part of fighting for first place. What was truly important was fighting for pride, for a breath of sharpness. Longzuin was like this, Tsang Mo and the other 4 were like this, and so were the other swordsmen. All of them wanted to fight for a better ranking, to get ahead of the others. Many swordsmen like Chu Mu, who had remained in the middle or even lower ranks at the beginning, began to exert their strength after silently calculating and feeling that they could surpass the others. Below the heavenly creation platform, the elders of the 5 major powers and the people of the other powers all stared with wide eyes. Some of them even unconsciously clenched their fists, muttering inwardly about how no one could surpass Longzuin. Even if they could not surpass him, it would be good to catch up to him. Although the Great Chaos Territory was much larger than the West Tiger Territory, no one was willing to be suppressed by the people of the other territories. However, the early 9th Revolution sword intent that Longzuin had displayed had firmly suppressed the geniuses of the West Tiger Territory. He was currently far in the lead, further suppressing the geniuses of the West Tiger Territory. There was no hope of catching up to him. Suddenly, Tsang Mo and the other 4 seemed to have accumulated enough strength. They erupted with a loud bang, shooting off the stairs like arrows from a bow. They shot up and rapidly closed the gap between them and Longzuin. Blue veins bulged on each of their foreheads. It was obvious that they had used all their strength. Catch up! Catch up! Countless people below the heavenly creation platform were shouting. Even if they were not from the 5 major powers, they had a common enemy. Chu Mu, we had some misunderstandings before. I also paid a price. Li Tao suddenly caught up to Chu Mu and transmitted his voice to Chu Mu. Since we are all fortune disciples now, why don't we let go of the small grudge between us? What do you think? He knew Chu Mu's name because he had heard it before. Although Li Tao had said that he would let go of the grudge between them, his tone was not sincere at all. It even sounded a little forced. Chu Mu could completely imagine that Li Tao had said those words because he had been warned. The Li family strength was far from comparable to the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Perhaps the Li family was afraid of the Flying Heaven Pavilion's retaliation, which was why they had forced Li Tao to say those words. However, Li Tao was not sincere at all. Ignoring Li Tao, Chu Mu concentrated on his calculations. Tsang Mo's group of 5 flew up the stairs, closing in on Longzuin. You want to compete with me, Longzuin? Watch me trample all the West Tiger Territory's geniuses under my feet. Longzuin suddenly bellowed. His voice was extremely domineering, giving people a feeling of insufferably arrogance. Following his words, an incomparably tyrannical aura burst out from his body, as if a monarch was descending to the world. The tyrannical airflow rushed out in all directions, causing Tsang Mo's group of 5 to pause for a moment. With a boom, Longzuin's body rushed forward. His terrifying speed caused his body to draw out a dragon-shaped force. Accompanied by a series of resounding sounds, he pulled away from Tsang Mo's group of 5 in an instant, still more than 10 steps away. With one burst, Tsang Mo's group of 5's speed suddenly dropped. They could only barely maintain their second position, and no longer had the strength to burst out a second time. Staring at the tyrannical back that was still 10 steps away, a trace of unwillingness flashed in their eyes. They gritted their teeth and chased after him, unwilling to admit defeat. Longzuin had already passed 250 steps out of the 330 steps. He was only 80 steps away from reaching the top. Chu Mu, don't be so shameless. Otherwise, I'll spread the news that you have a treasure that can amplify your sword intent by a whole level. Li Tao felt that he had already given Chu Mu a lot of face by humbling himself and asking for peace. Now that he saw Chu Mu ignoring him and treating him coldly, the anger in his heart was immediately aroused. He sent another voice transmission to threaten him. Suddenly, Chu Mu's eyes shone with a sharp light. A sharp light gushed out from his body. He had already finished calculating. The increase in weight of each step, the increase in strength, and the maximum speed to maintain balance, and so on all appeared in his mind. It was very clear without any error. Stepping forward, Chu Mu's speed suddenly increased. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It was as if the pressure on the rooftop no longer existed. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed one person after another, closing in on Tsang Mo's group of 5. Chu Mu is going all out. The pavilion elder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion was stunned. He hurriedly opened his eyes wide and stared carefully to make sure that he was not mistaken. In an instant, many people's gazes fell on Chu Mu, following his movements. Tsang Mo's group of 5 was struggling to catch up. Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw a figure flash by quickly. After Longzuin's back, another figure appeared, quickly moving further away, quickly closing in on Longzuin's back. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. With another step, Chu Mu was already at the same level as Longzuin. Countless people's hearts clenched. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu had caught up and was about to be overtaken. Longzuin erupted again. With a resounding dragon roar, he once again surpassed Chu Mu. However, in an instant, Chu Mu caught up and overtook him. Then, Longzuin caught up with Chu Mu and surpassed Chu Mu once again. Chapter 963. On the Heavenly Creation platform, 2 figures were chasing after each other. At that moment, they had already passed the 300th step and were about 30 steps away from the top. Everybody's eyes were fixated on the 2 silhouettes who were fighting against each other. Their hearts were beating faster and faster. They were almost suffocating. The other 98 people who were ignored slowed down. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the 2 figures in front of them in disbelief. Especially Li Tao, whose face was filled with disbelief. He had never thought that the person he had just threatened would be able to compete with Longzuin. Longzuin was also shocked. He had never thought that there would be someone who could compete with him in the West Tiger Great Region. Although it wasn't his true strength, it was enough to make him pay attention. Eruption, eruption, eruption. The 2 of them were competing to be the first to reach the top. erupting with the peak ninth revolution sword intent. Of course, he could leave Longzuin behind, but Chumu wasn't willing to do so. There were many reasons. It was his trump card, and it was also a way to train himself. Neither of them spoke. 10 steps. The top of the fortune platform was right in front of them. 9 steps. 8 steps. At the 5th step, Longzuin erupted again. With a boom, he was 2 steps ahead of Chumu. He took another step and was only 2 steps away from the top. Chumu also erupted in an instant, using the mountain quaking force to catch up and overtake him. At the last step, everyone held their breaths. Even the 98 swordsmen on the fortune platforms, stairs, stopped in their tracks. Charge! Chumu and Longzuin erupted for the last time. A moment was like eternity. The 2 figures rushed to the top of the fortune platform at the same time. Their feet seemed to have landed on the top of the fortune platform at the same time. Below, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. They were overjoyed and excited. Finally, there was someone who could compete with Longzuin. What's your name? At the top of Tiantai, Longzun and Chumu were standing side by side. Longzun turned around and looked at Chumu. His domineering chi fell on Chumu's body as he asked in a domineering tone, Chumu. Chumu's reply did not carry the slightest trace of anger. It was as light as the clouds and light as the wind, dissolving Longzun's domineering aura into nothing. Chumu, the number 1 disciple, is mine, said the revered dragon, his figure fading away. Let's wait and see, Chumu replied as his figure faded rapidly under the power of the creation's secret order. The moment the 2 of them disappeared, Tsang-mo and the other 4 also rushed to the top of the rooftop. Then their figures began to fade and they disappeared. It was a miraculous experience. It was like traveling through space and time. In just a blink of an eye, Chumu's understanding and control of space power deepened. The creation's secret order disappeared and Chumu appeared in a dreamlike place. There were countless bubbles floating around. Some are big and some are small, and each bubble had a different color. Some were transparent red, some were transparent blue, some were transparent gold, and some were transparent mixed colors. They were all different. Countless bubbles floated around, making Chumu, Longzun, and the others feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. They were intoxicated for a moment. The strong willpower woke Chumu and the others up quickly. They were shocked to find that they could not release their spiritual force in this place. They could only look with their eyes. They quickly scanned the surroundings and found a lotus platform not far away. It was big enough for a person to sit on. Chumu waved his arms and quickly swam toward the lotus platform as if he was swimming in water. Soon, he swam to the side of the lotus platform. He grabbed the edge of the lotus platform with both hands, and with a little force, he landed on the lotus platform. The lotus platform seemed to have a suction force that pulled Chumu down. He adjusted his posture and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, Longzun also sat on a lotus platform. As for Tsang-mo and the others, they had just seen one. The moment Xiao Qin sat on the lotus platform, he felt a strange feeling. It was hard to describe with words. Following that, a majestic voice seemed to come from the distant void, passing through layers of space and time. It echoed in Chumu's mind. Creation! It was just 2 words, but they left an endless echo in his mind. They echoed in the depths of his soul, causing his soul to throb and his blood to boil. The 2 words and the majestic voice caused Chumu's soul to tremble. He entered a miraculous state. The bubbles in front of him floated around and started to change. A bubble the size of a human head floated in front of Chumu and stopped. The color of the bubble changed from a transparent gold to a transparent green, then to a transparent blue, then to a transparent red, and finally to a transparent yellow-brown. Change, change, change. Each change represented something. Each change contained a profound mystery. Each change contained the power of creation. Outside, the swordsmen reached the top of the creation platform one by one. Then, under the power of the creation secret order, they started fading away. They started entering that mysterious and dreamy world. When they first entered, many people were not used to it. They looked left and right, and after a while, they started looking for a lotus platform. As more and more people entered, people started fighting over the lotus platforms. Although there were enough lotus platforms here, the problem was that some lotus platforms were closer to each other and some lotus platforms were farther away. Everyone naturally wanted to fight for the ones closer to each other, but there were only a few that were close to each other. Most people who couldn't find a lotus platform could only set their sights on the lotus platforms that were farther away. Finally, the 100 swordsmen all found a lotus platform. They rapidly approached and sat down. A majestic voice that seemed to pierce through endless space and time echoed in their minds as they entered a mystical state of enlightenment. Everyone's comprehension was different. They've all gone in. An elder looked at the empty creation platform and let out a sigh of relief. Everyone that enters the creation mystic realm is able to perceive the mysteries of creation. I wonder who will become the #1 follower on the creation heavenly tablet this time. Although I don't want to admit it, the #1 follower position is likely to be taken by the dragon sovereign. An elder from the sky, splitter, sword sect sighed. That might not be the case. Just now, there was someone who reached the top with the dragon sovereign. Who knows, he might become the #1 follower. An elder from the extreme black palace retorted. That junior just now was a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, right? A middle-aged man from Heavenly Sword Hall suddenly asked. He looked at the pavilion elders from the Flying Heaven Pavilion. He is a disciple of our pavilion, a pavilion elder replied. There was a hint of pride in his voice. This was also true. No matter which influence had such a talented disciple, they would feel proud from the bottom of their heart. What is his name? The middle-aged man from Heavenly Sword Hall asked again. Chu-Mu, the pavilion elder replied. Chu-Mu, the middle-aged man from Heavenly Sword Hall repeated. Chu-Mu, this name sounds familiar to me. The elder from the extreme black palace who spoke before suddenly said. He had a thoughtful expression on his face, and then a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. I remember now. Not long ago, I heard that in the new batch of disciples recruited by the Flying Heaven Pavilion, there was someone who broke the record set by Qin Tianyi. Moreover, that person comprehended 8 profound meanings and tempered all of them to the peak of the 8th revolution. It can be said that this person is an amazing talent. Unfortunately, this person's cultivation talent is unbelievably low. He is only at the low 5th grade. This new disciple's name seems to be Chu-Mu. The elder from the extreme black palace spoke with a strange tone. Cultivation talent can be increased through the use of rare treasures. The pavilion elder from the Flying Heaven Pavilion retorted. That's right. However, even if his cultivation talent is increased to the 4th grade, so what? In the end, he will only be able to reach the king realm. The elder from the extreme black palace continued to speak with a strange smile. For many swordsmen, the king realm is their life goal. However, you and I both know that the king realm is just the beginning. It is impossible to reach the immemorial age. Or do you think that rare treasures that can increase one's cultivation talent are so easy to obtain? The pavilion elder from the Flying Heaven Pavilion immediately fell silent. He didn't refute the elder from the extreme black palace, because the elder from the extreme black palace wasn't speaking without evidence. It was very difficult to increase one's cultivation talent. Perhaps the Flying Heaven Pavilion could increase Chu-Mu's cultivation talent from the 5th grade to the 4th grade, but to increase it from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade was even more difficult. Even if it could be done, who knew how many years it would take? Increasing it to the 4th grade meant that Chu-Mu would only be able to reach the manifestation realm and become the sword of Gojoseon. In the eyes of many swordsmen, the sword of Gojoseon was very powerful. It was the goal that they would spend their entire lives chasing after. However, for the entire immemorial age, the king realm was just a small matter. To truly become the pillar of a race, one had to become a saint-level expert. Moreover, one had to be an extremely outstanding saint-level expert in order to have enough influence. Even if one didn't become the pillar of a race, one had to at least become a saint-level expert in order to shine on the immemorial age. Otherwise, those below the saint level would always be outside the center of the immemorial age. To become a saint-level expert, one had to have a cultivation talent of the 2nd grade. How many grades did one have to go from the 5th grade to the 2nd grade? Even the Heavenly Sword Hall couldn't do it. To be honest, the Flying Heaven Pavilion shouldn't have used such a precious good fortune token on Chu Mu, the elder from the Extreme Black Palace concluded. The Flying Heaven Pavilion doesn't need the Extreme Black Palace to worry about it. The pavilion elder from the Flying Heaven Pavilion immediately retorted. The elder from the Extreme Black Palace only smiled coldly and didn't refute. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Sword Hall revealed an interested expression. Breaking the record of the Flying Heaven Pavilion's entrance examination means that this person's comprehension is extremely high. He comprehended 8 profound meanings and refined them all to the limit of the 8th revolution. This means that his soul is innately powerful. Why is his cultivation talent so low? The middle-aged man couldn't help but ponder.